Okay, so here I'm going to continue my intent to try to get back to 1700, but I think I have to change the art again because I always have lost whatever. Like, how many have we lost in a row here? We won one there, lost, draw, loss. I'm pretty sure I must have lost with this one. And sometimes it won't show you, like, oh, if I go back in the game that I lost, it'll show me what art I was using at the time. I'd have to look at my stream, I guess. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the one. So this was the Witcher art. But what I figured I should start doing with these, since I'm not just showcasing the piece of art, I can also showcase something else, which is I'll show the clip that sort of corresponds to it in a way that may or may not make sense here. Like, how do I just have to do one of them. So let me go. Okay, we have to go to Flickr. This is kind of elaborate, but it's kind of a cool way to just sort of do this cosmetic rotation. So we failed that. So number one now is, okay, this. It's another one from Dark Souls 2. This was a heck of a playthrough, even though I didn't finish it. That stupid ass invisible boss. It's like losing a blindfold chest or something. Like, that really has to be the criteria. So this video is titled "The Boss That Everyone Said Would Be Literally Impossible." So this is one I can just react to. Oh, this is kind of a cool. This is kind of a cool little aside that I do too at the beginning. Hang on. Okay, here we go. So the point is, this is the art for the thumbnail, which is nothing really that special, but it's just kind of showing the boss and everything going on. So it's just kind of telling you, here's the Fume Knight in the background. This is obviously me just running away. And the way that I beat him was actually very emblematic of my old style, where like I would just kind of say, my commentary was limited, and I would just kind of say what I would do and then do it. Like, I got to run here, now I run there, now I go to the wall, now I go to the center. And I kept doing that in almost like a militant way, where it's very much like, if I play chess like that, and at times I have, right, and like in classical games, like here, now I'm going here just for, just very, not even that I know what I'm doing, but I'm coming up with something like, okay, this works, I'm doing it. There is a certain power to that, right? You're sort of just telling yourself what to do and taking your own advice, which I often don't do. But this is telling me kind of what the criteria was. I was only level 69, obviously the meme to do with that, but dexterity only character, 3 times healing nodes active, which there are those 4 around the arena, 1 time smelter wedge, which means I could have done it, I guess, with with all of them active, but even to do that alone, right, you're beating the boss for the first time. So in other words, it restricts your movement around the room by such an insane degree that if you go in any of the other 3 corners, he'll start healing. So therefore, you're fucked, right? And I did something that allowed me to be hard locked, where I only had 1 smelter wedge. And there's some way that you're supposed to get more of them, but I didn't even want more of them, or I didn't know how it would work. But then it ended up working out fine, because I always like to do hard mode versions of these bosses, even though it is my first playthrough in the process. Isn't that supposed to be Magnus's account? I thought it was, actually. They never really like tell you who they are. The chess streamer, but who the fuck is he? Yeah, I guess it actually is Magnus. Mask and Isen. The point is that, what was I saying? Yeah, this was a really hard boss. I love the way I beat him. It was very like signature to how I play and my old style and some of the great hard mode permanent achievements of my past. It just shows you something that, and I guess we can look at it. This was my point. Let me react to, I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but let me just react to basically each of these clips as I go through the thumbnail. So again, we're going through all my sort of video channel art thumbnails for all my videos. So every time I lose a game, I have to change to the next one just so I get a chance to show them off. Again, this one isn't very artistically notable, but it's just kind of making a joke out of, look at the insane amount of criteria that you have, that this is no ordinary first playthrough. Level 69, I guess, is a bit low for this. I don't know exactly how that works, but I haven't even beaten the game, so I wouldn't know. But this is like DLC anyway. Dexterity only is obviously a big handicap, not just because dexterity sucks, but because obviously just the 1 stat only character anyway is a tough pill. 3 times healing nodes active, and just, again, a very hard boss, period. And it basically turns a lot of these into a hitless run, because if you get hit once by most of these bosses, your health is not going to be enough to survive anyway. So it's not a hitless run. Like if you get hit, the game is over and you have to do it your character. But it is in terms of if you in the course of a particular fight. So this quote at the beginning is kind of cool.
Title was brought to you by Raging Bull. Scorsese's
Raging Bull, like how he's alone in the ring at the beginning of the episode.
It's just him alone in the ring. You don't see his opponent. You don't see anybody else in there.
Right, so what exactly do I say here? Maybe you can't even fully hear it, but
he's his own worst enemy.
you're your own worst enemy because you can never die here as an undead. Like,
his own fiery, kind of aggressive temperament and personality.
I don't know how well you can even hear it, probably.
You can keep coming back and
you can keep coming back and fighting him forever. No risk of failure state or dying. You're going to be there forever.
Or at least in lore terms, you don't really know when you're going to go hollow. So that's not the question. The question is yourself. The boss has one life. You have infinite. So if you have enough patience and time,
you're basically immortal, and you have to.
Or one sometimes, and then.
So now just look at my commentary, basically. Or I think I show some other shit here too. The whole thing isn't just the fight. I just show stuff kind of after it. So look at what I'm saying. Go back to the hand, go back to the center, go back to the wall. I'm a little bit rattled there.
Gives us a chance to hit him there, and then we go back to
this is like sort of it's almost like a mechanical, robotic mentality. Like you're doing things in such a, because it's really that simple. He has one attack pattern, and so just deal with it. And once you get it down to a refined science, anybody could do this. Anybody could do exactly what I'm doing. But it took me a certain amount of time to figure exactly it out, or to have the discipline to do it.
Because he reset with the little roll. We hit him there. We come back into the center.
You don't even worry about the fact that he got staggered. Just keep the pattern the same. Like, oh, this is supposed to be a hard boss, but look how easily I did it. But again, it wasn't easy, and it took me.
Too far there. I can't. Okay.
So I got stuck on the wall a little bit. But
now we come into the center.
The end of the center. Look at what I'm saying, though. This is something.
Good angle. Avoid and hit.
Right, you're kind of settling for the amount of damage you're doing, and you're actually hitting his sword, not himself.
Don't change what you're doing.
That was almost a hit. That wall.
Towards the hand.
The end towards the hand, the wall, the center. That's all I keep saying, but I'm staying in the right mindset. Then I always think they're gonna have another phase when I finally do kill them.
We got him, but make sure there's no like third phase or crazy phase.
Victory achieved. They normally don't fake you out like that, where like you think somebody's dead. So yeah, that is a good accomplishment. That wasn't that like the last boss I would have done in that too. Did I do the Fume Knight before or after the other Smelter Demon? I can't remember. I think I might have done it before, and I didn't know that there was gonna be the Smelter Demon again, which is like my arch nemesis in that fucking game. So okay, let's say you go with this one just to show you the severity. Like if I play, you know, that style and take it that seriously or something, right? Or it's something else. Like maybe I should talk less and then just say, you know, be more instructive, and therefore it'll be instructive for me too, right? To kind of plan out and think what I'm doing, but it's a little bit hard to do that because I don't know, it just doesn't work because I don't know what that's supposed to be. Subset. I don't always know, right? You need like some more structure to what you're doing, but I do have my Pink Flamingo thing. Oh, this is the one that Riv hates so much. I haven't seen Riv in a while, actually. He's a really good 2200 plus player or whatever, who seemed like he was even much higher than that, but he maybe has like some mysterious identity where like he's just, it always seemed like he was just taking it, messing around. Like, oh yeah, he's 2200, but he's not really being serious. So what would he be if he is being serious, right? He's always just kind of laid back. It was the perfect contrast between him and that's one of my favorite moments in chat. Like, you have what's his name again? Ace / Little Fire Rat, and he's always talking shit to everybody, right? There he is, even right there. I'm gonna catch him one of these days. Wink, wink, never. But no, like he's talking shit to everybody in chat, and he's better, and he's like a 2200, 2300 rated player even then, right? Probably more like 22. And this was a couple years ago, and he's talking trash, and I'm okay with it because I'm a bit of an elitist myself, and I can kind of buy into that mentality, even if he's being a little harsh about it. And nobody else can say anything to him. Nightmare's just kind of being casual and cool and making fun, like, okay, dude, relax or whatever. But then Riv is there sitting chilling, and then he's talking shit, and then Riv just kind of brushes it off, like, you know. So in other words, Riv is being all cool and laid back, but he's a 2200 as well. And this guy's talking shit and being all egotistical, but he's also 2200. So it shows you the two different approaches. You can't say that to him because he's just as good as you are, right? So now it shows you like the difference between, again, somebody who's a dick about it and somebody who's just chill about it. Right, so that's kind of like the shocking moment because he didn't know that, right? So you're just talking shit to everybody, and everybody just has to take it. And then, oh no, now this one guy doesn't have to, because, and he doesn't care either. He's chill too, but you know what I mean? Oh, whoops! Like, oh, how good are you then? Oh, you're as good as me. So it was kind of like a weird, shocking, kind of funny moment that I love because I don't know. It's like a scene from a movie or something, right? Like you're talking shit to everybody, and you can get away with it because, oh, you're the best, smartest person in the room. And then all of a sudden, somebody's just sitting there minding their own business, and they happen to be as smart or smarter than you, and now you're kind of a little embarrassed, or, you know, it doesn't work quite as well against them. What we have to do here is try to really take this seriously. The one thing I almost miss doing is listening to music as I do this, but maybe I don't need the distraction. All right, let me try to make this instructive. I'll try not to talk very much. I think I was talking a lot less at the time when I did so well, but I'm not too happy with the way that this has gone. Like, but no, I actually like these symmetrical pieces. Even this looks like a shine sprite from fucking Super Mario Sunshine, obviously. But no, I love this set actually, and the knight is the aberration as always, that it always has to mess up everything that's going on. So there is no symmetrical. It should be like a Cthulhu monster with two heads, basically, the two-headed knight. You know, the bishops look cool. The rooks, some of them look really symmetrically beautiful. Like this doesn't really look like it's. I don't know how to explain it. This looks like it fits so perfectly. It doesn't look like a queen on two sides. It just looks like its own entity that kind of is meant to be like that, right? It kind of just fits. So let's just make sure everything is clean. See, I like the way this guy is playing because it's so passive that it's letting even a passive player like me just kind of develop comfortably and do whatever I want. But you can't give people this much, you know, comfort to do that. Because a good player is going to attack you and punish you and fuck you all over. You know, they play kind of like me as black, but even I play that way, even as white. So that's what kind of makes you wonder. Or this is a good way to kind of make it obvious to you about a blunder. Like, oh, I forgot that it was a bishop, but now you have two bishops to make it indicate to you that, you know. So the issue isn't that, it's more so the rook itself, right? I mean, the bishop itself that needs to be covered. So now, if you take, I take, and go here. And what you can also do is you can try to, yeah, nice move. Like, you can just see it accomplishes nothing. So this one would be a double take. So you could move this and it'll be a simple trade. And the problem with that is they would take, I would take, they would take. Like, I don't really want to do that, but if I don't do it, then I don't see what the point of it is. You could try to do it like this, where you could try to take, basically from a perspective of this. This move seems a little bit juicy for them. Basically, what I'm trying to do is deny them the trade of the bishop on the bishop, because the bishop is obviously objectively better than the knight, as we all know at any level, every level of chess ever in the history of the game, right? That the bishop is just garbage. And people always try to explain, like, oh no, closed position, blah, blah, blah. Like, nobody gives a shit about closed position. It's like, dude, it's, you know, this is the compromise you have to make. I wouldn't mind to keep going with it, but what I do mind is, like, you know, it seems like, oh, this will be good if you get it all the way there, but it never actually works out. So I don't know what to say with that. Like, it doesn't actually make sense. Right, like it's sometimes better to do this because you're trying to open the diagonal, and if you don't do that, then you'll never really be able to do anything about that. So technically that might be the better thing to do. This is not a bad position. Again, they gave me a way too much ease and comfort in the early game to develop just kind of however I please. And by doing that, you allow me to, you know, just have a very smooth, comfortable game, even if I'm not the attacking type, even if I'm very limited in what I do otherwise. So this is being double attacked if I move the knight. Although the issue there is more so I don't know where I actually want to move it. You have a dark square bishop there, so I don't know exactly what you would do here. I always do this move to try to just get the queen in there. Like, you know, you can't go there, obviously, because there's usually something attacking at the knight from there or something. And so what you can do now is scooch over there and then try to do something. But it's never that simple, obviously. So this one can go kind of like... Okay, that was already kind of destined to happen. But now we're hitting this, hitting that. So the threat on the knight is not really too pertinent, although, I mean, you'd be setting up for a double take, but I mean, that's hardly what you care about at this stage. I don't have the pawn to be able to push it out anymore. And so what you do have is a simple ability to you know, here's where you'd make like a crazy zany move like a sack, and it would actually end up winning you the game or something like that, right? This is one of those crazy kind of move moments, but let's not do anything too crazy and just try to do like this. So you're obligated not to take. And the reason why is because if you take, I can simply mate. And if you don't take, you have to move away or something. I mean, the stupid thing is you could just keep going back and forth. Like, what if you just went back? But then it just puts the pressure... No, yeah, you could go back because you're still blocking it. Now, the cute thing with that is you can't actually take it back because you have the simple ability to... So by that logic, actually, I could have just done this. And that would have been better because you'd be sitting on the threat of the mate, too. I mean, this alone should just win you the game because... No, but you have this stupid-ass thing. Right, that's still in the way. If you could get this shit to move, that would be good. There's so many good things you have going on here. Like, even this. You take, and then you have to open, because you're not going to take with that. So now it's open, and now I can unleash. Right, like, it's so much going on. Now I should be able to unleash into a thing on anything I want. Because you take, and then you just go like here, like say fuck it, and then you're in double check, so you can't even take that because you got to deal with that, and then I'm just gonna mate your dumbass if you do that, or I guess I can't. I still can't do it. I'd go here, you'd have to address that as well, then you'll go like somewhere else. What the fuck? It still won't be mate though. This is where I get so frustrated. You would think if you could like attack something that would be good, but you just can't. Again, you can't take that because the queen is giving you a check, so you have to deal with that. And there is no way to actually deal with it. You would think you should be able to do this and something good would happen, but it won't because you'll still somehow find a way out of it, which doesn't really make sense. Or you know, the knight's cover doesn't really help you, but this is the move that I kind of want to make, or even bringing this inside could be good. This was like a crushing, aggressive kind of game position that doesn't typically suit me, but it only works like that if you decide to basically, you know, give me that much freedom in the opening. Or you could have just gone there, but then I guess you could have taken with the stupid ass thing. I mean, that in itself is good because you get to, you know, you get to just take the rook, so that's winning by itself. Or even, so now I could do like this. If you take, I take back, or wait, but I don't even know what happened. What? But how did that happen, bro? This is what happens when you move too fast or something. I'm so confused. What happened? How did I not make out better there? It's still not even bad, but this is what I always do. I get in these good positions and then I just don't care enough to fucking do anything with them. So I have a major advantage as far as the pawns, which should still win you the game, but the problem becomes the bishop itself because it's just an extra piece at this point. So you definitely don't want to trade the stupid ass thing. And the reason why is because you don't want to trade the rook, because you know that's all you have. No matter what advantage you think you have cutely with the pawns, is not going to really be worth it. You could easily take there. I'm not sure what I should worry about with that, but I mean, if you can pick up a couple of free pawns, you know, you can't deny the value of that. Or I get a couple free pushes of this then. Or the real thing would have just, oh, what? The real thing would have just been, you could have just gone there and then forced my hand to do the trade that I just said I didn't want to do, which doesn't mean that you would even win at that point because you have so many pawns that I could have played around them and stuff. Okay, dude, okay. You can't take there, apparently. Oh, that was the worst. That was the worst possible move because what it does is it allows you to, oh my god. It allows you to basically not be able to cover this. Hmm. Wow, I don't know what happens, man. I'll take a draw, you know, I don't care. It's just inexplicable. Like I really don't like, I guess, either the end game or this part leading up to it. I just don't like it. Because there's nothing you can say with that. Like every game is like that. I'm winning massively at times. Like I just lose interest, honestly. And maybe it's not even the time format's to blame. Like, oh, whether it be classical, then I get bored, even though I like classical and all that. But it's a case where you it's a case where you know, it's more so about the phase of the game than the time control itself, right? You don't really enjoy that particular part of the game for whatever reason. Like, okay, it's going to be repetitive and stale and boring, or whatever. The way that sometimes happens with if you go here, I go here, and then it creates maybe some kind of problem, right? Where you are kind of getting forked in a weird way. Because the way to really deal with this is, oh, can you move this in such a way that covers this? But of course, you can't. Maybe if it was like further away down along the line or something. So you do that, but it doesn't actually help because I don't see how you can. Wow, so we actually win that back, which is unbelievable, but I'm not even up material anymore. So he's going to take one of those pawns no matter what. He's going to try to attack the other one, which makes it very difficult for me to do anything about it. This is one of those things like, oh, all you have to do in this position is such and such, but how do you know that, right? Like, how do you know exactly how to play this very specific odd position that you've probably never seen before in your life? Like, how do you know that? I mean, you could easily double attack it too, so I just basically lost. I don't get it. Like, I just don't get it. You're double attacking this. You can give a check there. It's fine. I could take for free otherwise. But then you'd still end up taking that. So it goes from me being in a massively winning position. So you just have to kind of like think a little bit longer if you. The fact that he's willing to do that is itself surprising, but okay, I guess. I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Like, you can just see how it works. Like, I'm not even bothered by it because it's like, what am I doing then? If I'm not even, if I don't want to play, then I just shouldn't play. Like, why even do that? It has nothing to do with your opponent. Like, I'm obviously just bored of it. Like, I'm just sick of it. I don't care. I don't want to play anymore. Obviously, like, I was on a good stretch. I took a little break and I just don't want to play. But what it really comes down to is then, okay, maybe I should study. But then, as if that doesn't make it more boring, or would make you want to play more, it would make you play maybe more comfortably at this stage. But I don't really need to the point that I was at. But you know, it's just one of those things that makes it just whatever, like less. It's like a double-edged sword. Oh, it'll make it less annoying because you'll win games easier and stuff like that. But the act of doing it is itself boring. So like, oh, if you're struggling at chess, you should study. But then the whole reason why you wouldn't want to play then is, oh, I have to study. So why the fuck would you want to do something like that? Like, oh, it's like it's work or like it's school or something, right? So it goes both ways where you might want the result of it, but the act of doing it is itself annoying. Like, why is this so hard for you to figure out, dude? I don't know. Like, I'll just go below 16 and then I'll just stop playing. There is no permadeath run with this particular format, or that's more so with classical, which I haven't played in a while, and I was over 1700 there too. Or I mean, I was looking at the wrong thing, but okay, let's look at the next clip to correspond with the next piece of art here. So this is going to be, but no, they gave me a very comfortable opening, and then I don't know what happened. Like I shouldn't have. Like let's look at what I actually should have done there, because that is what often happens. I get impatient. Like I'm clearly winning. I should win, but then I get lazy. Like, oh, I just want it to be over with quickly, and I sort of try to force it in such a way that, you know, most of this I'm doing is right. So you're supposed to go here, which maybe makes sense. I don't know exactly. You win his knight, basically, period. I even said I should have done that. Mate in 4 if you do it, right? So let's see what the mate in 4 is. You go there, 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 okay? And I saw that move immediately. Not that it should be that hard of a move to see, but again, I'm satisfied with just winning the knight or something, but it didn't even happen immediately. So I had 2 chances to do it. Or I guess it doesn't work now. Why not? Why wouldn't I be able to still do it? I mean, either way, you're taking it for free. So, oh, maybe I made the right move in that situation. Clearly, I knew. You're supposed to take. Oh, no, you are. See, look how I'm thinking like the engine. I'm actually making. Because, like, yeah, I know. This is like one of those troll positions that you see. Like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to sack a piece. Haha, because I'm in such an aggressive position. Like, what the fuck? That was it. That's literally mate. And again, it's not like I don't see it, but I see it like a second late and I'm moving too fast. Like, what the fuck am I doing? Mate in 1. Even there, I don't understand. Or could I could have even still done it. Like, what am I, self-trolling or something? Even now, like, what am I doing? I'm doing some sort of speed run challenge or some shit. Or I guess it's still not. Oh, what are you gonna do? Force the 3-fold repetition. You literally just did. Like, what the fuck? Or you could have done that, I guess, at any time. Okay, let me look at the next one. I think what frustrates me is just the sheer amount of time that you waste in doing this. It's one thing if I waste time trying to make some sort of progress, but what I don't accept is this, like where I'm wasting time doing something that I've already done, like where I don't care at this point. Right, it's just a waste of time. It'd be the sort of thing that I'd say, okay, I'd be willing to do that part at least off stream if I, you know, if I had time like that. But then I always think of it like, you know, if I have time to play it, then I have time to stream anyway. But sometimes I'll do those muted sessions if it's not exactly suitable. Right, so the next one here I think is this Paper Mario Episode 1. Paper Mario Hard Mode Episode 1. So we've officially finished the whole Luigi's Mansion Super Hard Mode set of thumbnails. And the way that you know, can see the pace of this is I uploaded it way slower than when I actually did it. So of course I'm not going to watch a whole 3-hour fucking video here. But let's look at the thumbnail and then look at the video briefly. Most of these will be fine because they'll just be clips so I can actually just watch the whole thing. I don't like doing react content, but reacting to my own content I guess is fine. And so what you have here is the ability to see that it is a joke that comes into more relevance when I did Paper Mario Pro Mode, where you're actually hard locked for real on the Goomba King boss, tutorial boss, because you actually have to farm out experience and get to a higher level or get super lucky with the close call stuff. Here, it wasn't quite that bad, right? This hard mode actually isn't that hard at all. It's like a 2 out of 5 on a hard mode scale. Like, and I even made it harder by, we'll see that in a later thumbnail, by putting a rule that I can't use 5 of the temptations of the Mushroom Kingdom, as I call them. Like I couldn't use Life Shrooms, Jam and Jelly, Ultra Shroom, Metal Cap, and Repel Gel, right? I'm not allowed to use any of those. And so the way that you can do it is whatever. So I'm just making fun of the fact that, oh, you're hard locked on like the tutorial boss. So let's look at this briefly and just see what it is. Let's see how I start. Like, what's the first thing I say?
I'm doing pretty good.
Or somebody was in chat and talking.
Finally
So
finished that stupid Luigi's Mansion. So I'm starting a new series.
and of course my voice is much more quiet. This is more like my old style.
I think there's something in some of these.
This was a pretty good playthrough though. I like this. This one was just kind of fun. It wasn't really that hard. But, you know, something doesn't always have to be hard to be good.
I do so much damage, or I'm so defensive.
How much did I really do in the first episode? That shows you how short that first level is though. Like, in a mere 2 hours in a hard mode, you're getting through the first level. Like 3 hours. That's pretty hard to believe.
I'm definitely more aggressive minded in this mode because you don't want to hang around too long with them.
Like, something epic always happens against the second boss in all my playthroughs of the game, Tut and Koopa, where I get lucky, close call, a one shot thing. So the Goomba King was the whole point of the thumbnail. Most of this is not really too exciting. This is kind of a cool thing to do. I could literally just like, this is how people like replay their you know, replay VODs. I could just replay old videos whenever I'm not streaming from my YouTube, and you might think, oh, that's bad, whatever, exploiting content, but it's actually fine because
we go fight Mr. Egghead and see what
nobody's seen them probably anyway. So, you know what I mean? This would be kind of fresh new content. So that is actually not even a bad idea for my purpose because I have so much of that to go through. I don't really want to do that, but you know, it just seems like maybe somebody would really like this, and maybe you'd gain followers even while offline if you just, you know, today I'm gonna do this one, and then like when I'm asleep or something. I don't know exactly how that works, but not even like a past broadcast that you're showing, but just a video, YouTube video altogether. I don't know how exactly you would do that. Yeah, we're getting trolled and clowned by the fucking Goomba King. Using items is kind of a cheese. Yeah, that was a fun playthrough, but again, it's sort of emblematic of that they're not always that hard, and in fact, that one is one of those that I felt the need to go out of my way to actually to make it harder by like saying, okay, I can't use certain items. One of my favorite sets, the symmetric piece set, is gone. And of course, you might think, oh, we're almost at the bottom, but technically we started like whatever. We can start back at the beginning because I started at the beginning at like 1600. So between 16 and 17, I was trying to use them. So now it like reset. So I could have started at the beginning, but I figured I may as well just rotate and go through them this way for here. Terminal Chest, Themes 1. Legend of Zelda, but I don't feel like this works. Or to imply that the only piece worth noting in The Legend of Zelda is the knight. It's almost like a troll. Like, yeah, that's Epona, by the way, and then nobody else is fucking even there. Sometimes it just takes a really long time to load some of them, but I don't think that is the case there. But that would have been cool if you have like Ganondorf as the Black King or whatever. Trans chessboard, okay. Transparent boards. Transparent glass gray boards. Trap spectators. Trash taste chess set. Oh, here we go, dude. Or one of these is gonna somehow be TOS and get me in trouble. I don't know who this guy is. This is the queens, you can tell because they're girls. Although I guess the rooks are like that. Oh, this is gonna be fucked. But as long as it's something that's functionally still the same, you know, as long as you can see every piece, it still works. Right, I'm still obligated to use it, even if it's like some sort of even if it's some sort of a weird thing like this where both sides are different or whatever. We're looking at like fucking podcaster clowns over here. But that's a major falling off. We've lost 100 rating in like the matter of, it feels like only a week, really. I should gain a couple rating for that. I mean, abortions don't come free. What do you think this is? The United States in 2024? I love how that's such a controversial issue. Like, I'm never in favor of it being illegal. However, you know, is that really the thing that you're gonna be trying to die on the cross of? Oh, we don't get to kill babies, so therefore we're so mad about it. Like, is that really the cause of the era? This is really fucked up because I can't tell what is what. I'll even tell you. There's no logic behind it besides maybe the queen. Right, like this makes no fucking sense. It's just random people. Like, I guess what you do with this is you try to wait. I don't even understand. Okay, they're just doing random shit at this point. They would take, I would take, I'll take, they'll take. Pawn structure doesn't make a whole lot of sense because you could go here, but then you would more want to go here, go here, go here. And then this one kind of gets a little bit caught out. This is a knight, this is a bishop, bishop. This is a queen. This is a knight. So this would be a target if you don't do that. And so what this leads to is that the bishop is in a very tough spot. The dark square bishop because it's very hard to activate both of these. So it almost compels you to want to trade one of them off. And then you could go like this. Oh yeah, that's what you should have done. Go like this. So then you can put this here and have the light square, the dark square diagonal, I mean. You gotta watch out for the stupid ass bishop here. You might try to go for. Otherwise, you can go like this. You can go like this. That's actually not a bad diagonal to have. This is fine for now. Literally what you aspire to be in a streamer, whoever the fuck these people are that I don't even know. I'm gonna give this up and let them castle, but they could have done that anyway because you could have gone to here. Right, but this opens up a good position for you still. This diagonal is open to them. This diagonal is open to me. Right, and so if you just try to squeeze the queen into there somehow, you'd be in very good shape. Or you should almost try to bring the... That might have been even more of a killer move. Bring the bishop into here, and then, like, what do you even do about it? And the answer is you could probably just easily attack it, like, from there, but... You could go like that and try to cover it, or it's already covered by the it's already covered by the dark square bishop itself. Right, so you don't even need to do anything with it. You're just trying to inch the queen up and away into here. And again, bringing the dark square bishop there would have been good earlier. Clearly, I can blame all these custom sets for distracting me, and that's why I lose. But this one is kind of annoying, but a lot of them aren't really too bad. And I've obviously done that so much in the past that it shouldn't be an excuse. This is a knight. You could do a knight for knight trade, which I wouldn't even mind. And then that sets up for like that. If you take, I wouldn't take with the pawn. I'd still take with the bishop this now that is covered by the pawn. And then that opens up some ability to... I don't even know why I'd really want to do that. This is so fucking annoying though. Like you see how kind of I'm throwing, but I don't know how to explain it. So you give a check there, it's perfectly fine. You don't really get to take anything as a result. Or perhaps you get to double take there, but you don't because you have the ability to cover with the bishop itself. A simple move like this might go a long way because you have to, you know, you don't really have a great response to it. That'd be a fork though. I should probably just do some basic trade with that itself. One of these days I'll be tempted to do an all-night session of this, but like an all-night stream of chess, but obviously what's the point if you just... The problem with that is you could just go there and then it's like, what does it do? But I guess I'll just go back then. I don't even care. You really just want to go there, which even if you do, there's no guarantee that you'll win because of it, but that is a very strong thing to do whenever you can get a queen or a bishop next to the king like that. Then the pawns are obviously castrated in their movement too because they can't do anything. Yeah, those were the first two series I did when I came back actually to streaming in 2021. I did obviously Luigi's Mansion Super Hard Mode, which was a world first clear on top of obviously my first time playing it. And then I did Paper Mario Hard Mode, which wasn't really that hard at all. And then after that, I maybe segued into some story games like Phoenix Wright Spirit of Justice and something else like that. That seemed like a bad move because it lets me do that and also have no repercussions for, you know, we're also getting a free threat and buying some time. But no, you have Spirit of fuck off. You have Spirit of Justice. Then I had like Detroit. I did Until Dawn. All these are like first playthroughs too. And then I did something else along the lines of Pokemon Y first playthrough permadeath. Now the only thing you're missing is a cover for the actual bishop, and so because you don't have that, it becomes a nightmare where you just can't do anything. Like I don't know what am I supposed to do, man? I could reverse their position and then try to go there. Like I don't know. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. It makes it a lot harder to get to where I was trying to go with that though still. So it's gonna end up devolving to basically just a trading fiesta anyway. Right, if I can just trade the queen or something, that's still fine. You have to realize in chess attacks are super slow and elaborate and almost convoluted in a way that it's not very direct, but then again it makes sense that it wouldn't be because then it'd be too easy or obvious, but then again you could just look at it as relative to the level of player you're playing against. Yeah, just in principle and in all things, like it's always easier to defend or react to what your opponent's doing than to do your own thing in the first place. Right, like you're trying to deconstruct what are they trying to attack me with and just try to stop it and outlast it and then turn the tables later instead of trying to go above and beyond and saying, oh, I'm going to see everything and I'm going to see all these crazy brilliant moves and sacks and stuff. Okay, I'm too tired to even do this shit, so this will be the last one. I don't think I played very many games anyway. That's always an awkward spot for them too, and again, it becomes so hard to even push that shit out. And that always makes it worth it that you win a pawn. Or shouldn't that just even be mate? Or it's not mate, but you have to block with that. Or wait. I would take, they can't even take. Would it have even still been mate? Like you go here, I take. Yeah, it would have been mate anyway. I'm still thinking like, oh, you would just win the rook, but yeah, that would just be a mate overall, which is perfectly fine. Like, even that game, that first game I lost was a mate. Like I literally had it in multiple. Did I only play 2 games? Why did it feel like it's been so long? I guess because I was trying to react to my own videos and go over all that. It felt like I did more than that somehow. No, I just played 2 games. So again, that one was easily winnable, just like probably all of these games that I play, but okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, so today let's see if that bug is still happening. For some reason with this internet, it just always happens where the site bugs out. I guess I haven't tried anything else since this has been happening, but like other games I play might fuck up or something. I don't really know why that would be an issue. So we won with this set, even though I don't really like it. So I have to keep playing as the same cosmetics, basically, like the same background and the cosmetics, the board and stuff. So I don't really like this board, but we won the last game, so we'll keep going. I'm just trying to get back to 1700, which is going to take an excruciatingly long amount of time, even if I do win every game. So it is very irritating. For some reason, that doesn't show up at the beginning either, unless I somehow misspelled it. Like, who wants a fucking chess piece that has a mic with it? Like, what the fuck is this, dude? They're like some streamers or something. I don't know. Right, like this is almost like a Twitch icon, but it's a trash can. And I thought my commentary was trash, but this is ridiculous. And then just some random cutesy kawaii fucking figure that has nothing to do with anything. Or is that supposed to be like a animated version of her? I have no idea who any of these people are. Or I probably do, but I just don't know. You know, I wouldn't know it from this. Maybe I've seen one of them somewhere, but I just don't like these kind of sets because, well, first of all, there's 2 things I don't like about it. One is that both sides are different, not just like different colors. Not saying you'd have to do blackface on these people to make them black, but you know what I mean? Like, they're wearing black clothes, so that works, but it's like they're different characters. So, like, you have to know that this dude eating something is the horse, and you have to know that this dude, you know, is the knight. Like, that's number one, is that they're different is a bad thing, but number 2 is that they're actually number 2 is that they're not really, they don't really tell you in what they are, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing about them that makes sense as to why it is what it is, right? This guy's eating something, so why does that make him the knight? Because horses eat stuff? Like, I don't fucking, it's just random, right? There's no real meaning to it. Why, what is, you know, one is what it is. There's at least a consistent theme between these two that they kind of look similar, so maybe that's just meant to be an animated version of her, but then that would only make sense if you if they were all like that. So like all these should be animated versions of that, just wearing black instead of wearing white or something. This is a bishop, this is a rook, this is a queen, this is knight, this is a bishop, this is rook. This is a knight, knight, bishop, queen, rook, rook. Normally this isn't part of what makes this difficult though. Like, you don't normally have to worry about it in terms of, wait, this should be the knight then, isn't it? This is the knight, not a bishop, I'm pretty sure. This is the bishop. So you couldn't take that. I'm always just tempted just to take just for the sake of it, but I don't think that was a really good take to do. So now you have the ability to, again, my instinct is always to trade, but you have to be a little selective with how you trade at times. So, I would take and you can't take back, but you take with the queen. If I take, you take. So if I trade this off, I lose my last remaining bishop, which doesn't seem like a good idea, but then again, it is my instinct to play like that. Like, that is how I like to play. And so that's probably an objectively bad move, and it's especially bad given my reverence for bishops, obviously, over knights. But there is a certain irony to it because I'm not aggressive enough, which is not really a fault of the piece, but because I'm not really aggressive enough, I don't I often create positions where the knight would be better, like a closed position. So, right, that's not really the fault of the bishop, just that I'm a clown like that. That is an unbelievable move that they actually made. Why the fuck would you do that and leave your king open there? What the fuck? Like, that isn't just a bad move. That's probably one of the worst objectively terrible moves you could possibly make in your life. You could raise this. I could just take it. No, I can't. What you sometimes try to do is you try to open this, but now it becomes a little fruitless even because they gave you such a window to do this that they'll go like that. It's only moderately problematic. You could calculate this out a little better, but I'm just too lazy to do it. And so this seems almost bad because it gives them too much initiative to get the rook attacking here, which doesn't immediately do anything, but you give a check there, you're hitting this, which you can't take. Depending where you go, you could maybe do something with that, but it doesn't quite do anything. Right, so if you go there, it's no big deal. So you could actually set this here. Now the question is it going to actually be good if I do that? And the answer is I don't know. And quite frankly, I don't see what it even does for me at all. So here's where you'd make like some sort of brazen ballsy play that would allow you to just mate their dumbass, but it doesn't quite work because, right, you're missing something with the light square, with the light square itself. Right, you'll be able to go back, and then I don't know what to do. So it maybe seems a little better than what it is. So you have to go back, and then how do I attack that? And the answer is, I really can't. I guess you'd win. See, I'm not even thinking like that. I guess you would win this and be able to give another check. You could just keep spam checking him. So if you go there, you take and check. You can't take this one, obviously. Now you can move a little bit freely in the other direction, I suppose. Whatever, like that broke things open a bit, but the whole big mistake that they made that is sort of inexplicable is the fact that they It's the fact that they basically they could just block with that, so I don't really want to do that. Other Knight is totally useless in all of this. But no, my point was that whatever, they opened their king in a way that they didn't have to do at all, and it didn't benefit them in any way unless you say, oh, well, this rook attack is so good that you get to do something with it. This fucking internet makes no sense. How is it that I'm able to stream, but yet it can't handle this? Or maybe it's doing better now. I don't know. A lot of the time it would just be sort of grayed out. Like it's not even working at all, but it is. But if you go here and then you go here, you're going to come up with like a sequence of moves that's going to be good. Right, this is obviously a very good position I'm in. I just can't figure out exactly how to finish them. Typically, if you go here, you could sort of just keep spam checking to what extent it is worth. Or wait a second. Now at least you can't block with the rook itself. Right, because then I could just take, so now you at least have to go somewhere else, and maybe you could do this in the process, like if you go there. If you go here, I could keep giving checks again. But I could just give another check, but I'm trying to see if something else better opens up. So this is still covered. You can't go there because that's a stupid ass bishop, so you're still missing something in this. I don't know, like you'd have to open up a rook or do something crazy now. You could attack this, then oh no, I have to move, and then you attack this, but technically you don't really have to worry about it. Right, so that's like a good bait. Well, first of all, you can't even do that at all, but even if you could, right, it's not too big of a deal. You give a check, you can block. It's a very like trade happy position or a draw happy position that we're in right now. I like that Chess Evolved online thing that I tried. That like there should be more games like that where it's sort of, you know, some sort of just make it like an RPG where you level up and upgrade your pieces over time like that or something. I want to do this just so I can open up the thing here. And that would allow me to, you know, I want to open up the rook because I can't think of anything else I can really do. This seems kind of dangerous to leave that sitting there for so long. And there are times in games where you are meant to do that. But the thing is that I couldn't, no, I couldn't have done it because of that. There are times where you're meant to do that, but you kind of have to know what you're doing in order to do that. Or yeah, speaking of like turn-based games like Paper Mario and stuff, just because of the background and stuff, it's a case where there's like those 3 layers of turn-based RPGs that I talk about. So like there's ones that have no interactivity at all, so they just have the base options. Then there's like, I'd be fine with that. Fuck it, I'll just trade down, make it simple. Or maybe I could have done that a little better because I could have had it pinned or something. like, okay, there's the turn-based RPGs where there's no interactivity at all, like Pokemon, where there's no action commands or something like that. Like if you time the hit right or you do some little thing as you do the move, then it does something better. But then there's also the ones that are like, okay, so again, Pokemon, you only get 4 options and you have no action commands. Then you have the ones in the middle, which are like you have way more action command or way more choices, like Final Fantasy, where like one character alone can have like 20 different spells and stuff. And then the final one is where you have sort of both or a mix of both, where it's like Paper Mario or Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga and stuff, where you have action commands, but you also have a good number of options. So that's where I'm sort of clowning Pokemon when I say that, you know, you only have 4 options and you don't have action commands. So like what the fuck is that? So I don't know if one of the newer Pokemon games have introduced that as a mechanic, but they really should, where there are like action commands you have to do. So Charizard holds up, charges up his breath and you have to tap A as fast as you can to make it as effective as possible, or something like that, where it's like, you have to time something or aim something, just do something that is going to be very that is going to see, you could easily draw it under the circumstance, but it's just like, why would you even want to? There's just too many instances where that's easy to do in terms of repetitious, boring, stupid ass moves that you can make. That you're forced to go kind of the other way. Yeah, chess would fit into the one with no action commands and with not that many options, because every move you only have like one option anyway. But like, well, whatever, but you only have a maximum of the number of pieces on the board that you have, so it's not quite the same as. But yeah, that's the biggest complaint with Pokemon, is just that you have, like, again, you need like action commands, or you need like more abilities to choose from, or some of them try to make it where like every battle is a double battle, so you have like 8 moves to choose between, 4 each, but that just gets sort of too simplistic. We'll get to that clip eventually too, where I make fun of the Pokemon problem, like where I just say the first 40% of every Pokemon game is just spam the same thing over and over, like spam the same ability, just spam the A button for that whole first part of the thing. This you take for free, so you could take there, but this check is going to be sort of a very bad sequence, so I should not do that. Okay, dude. So you could just do this. You could force 3 or 4 repetition if you were really worried about it right now. And it's like, I don't want to, but if you take, I can take. I obviously missed that, but they were in such a clown position that I don't really take this too seriously. But somehow, what does that do now even? Why can you never get like a mate or something good out of this? What did that move even do? It doesn't let them give any new check that they couldn't give before. So now you have the back rank check you can give. There probably was a mate in here somewhere, but we're gonna end up just flagging them because that's more fun. Either it's a flag, it's a draw, or it's just a fucking waste of your time anyway. You're already covering that, which you really have to do, and so you wouldn't want to give a check unless it's something really good. And so you could give a check there, which isn't really consequential at all. You could just go here, give the only more cover, so now the other rooks are free to move. You can go here if you really want. Take. If you take, you can't take there, obviously, now too. It's not really going anywhere for you. Like, I am winning, I just don't have the will to actually do it. And so you know, they have no pawns left, they have no effective win condition at all. I'm gonna somehow fuck it up, but then again, it's not really possible because you just have too much time, or you should almost just try to ride this one with the king and not even worry about it. You could try to bust for a stalemate, so like that one I can't really worry about, but it doesn't matter. And yeah, you just get a flag win, so we won 2 in a row, which is pretty good for what we've been doing lately. I just get so triggered by how long it takes, but that just shows you should show more respect for it. Like, don't go on such a bad losing streak where I lose like 100 rating then, and then I won't have to worry about it. This almost makes me feel like watching, or I mean like listening to music from the things that I'm looking at in the thumbnail, like whatever videos I uploaded. But yeah, this was the first or the second YouTube series I uploaded like in full, and it might be the only other one that I've uploaded in full. Those might be the only two. Luigi's Mansion Super Hard Mode and then Paper Mario Hard Mode, because those are the first two that I did coming back. And like, yeah, because all the other ones would be way too long to upload in full. So I don't think I've done any of them like that. Unless it was like, oh, I played like one episode and just died, and therefore the run is over, like in a permadeath run. But that doesn't really count because, like, as far as a beginning to end full playthrough, which I guess both of those were obviously hard modes and not permadeath. But yeah, this one was very fun, and it was like, it wasn't that hard, but it was just very, I don't know. It sort of got me in the mood. Like, those two combined are responsible for bringing me back to streaming overall. In terms of, you know, Luigi's Mansion Super Hard Mode was so hard and such a mindfuck in a world first, and so many unsolvable things and cruel glitch caliber stuff that you just have to overcome and come up with these crazy ideas and overcome so many obstacles. But that one got me in the mood that way, as far as just like, you'd have to be a madman to even try this. And then the other side is, this one was just kind of more fun. And so I did it one day, and I'm like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to do it like every day. And then I did it for like a week straight because it was just so fun. And I just beat the game just like that. And the thing that would have made it really unenjoyable is if I used like life shrooms and stuff, because that would allow you to kind of cheese it where, oh, you're basically invincible. Because think about it, you have 10 that's actually the next clip, so I won't even say it. But you basically have infinite life, and you can just spend your whole time. And that's a blunder. But again, I don't always make blunders, but when I do, they're always winning blunders. Like, even by doing this, it still doesn't matter. Like, I could still do whatever I want. But yeah, there's so many of these drawish sort of repetitive positions that are just dumb, and I don't like them, and it's just too innate to the nature of the game. It really is like, it's one of those preconceived bias type of things. The love for chess, like, people just accept it because it just is the way it is. But like, it would almost imply that, oh, it's perfect, it's the perfect game, but it's not, because white has an advantage over black, even if it's minor. And oh, the majority of games end in draws. That shows a flaw of an objectively solvable game, even if, oh, people can't play like that, or it's only because, oh, the best people. But that's what you'd expect in any game. There's always going to be the best people playing the best people. Like, that's the point of high level play. So like, there's all these flaws that people try to explain away, and even like, oh, it's so perfect, that means it's never changed from its original state. But it has, even as few as 100, as recent as a few hundred years ago. You add the en passant and you add the double pushing of pawns, and like, so when are they going to make the next update? Because they have done that throughout history. It was originally Chaturanga, so if it was so perfect, you know, how did this European westernized Christianity propaganda version of the game, how did that version be decided that, oh, that's the best one? Who's to say this is better than Chaturanga, or who's to say, you know, some variant isn't better? That's what I don't like, when people sort of glorify it way out of proportion and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. This is just gonna take forever to actually do anything. I don't know what it is that happens. Like, you just sort of lose interest, or I have some real major weaknesses when it comes to. I mean, really, playing the 10-minute format is like the ultimate sign of like, just, I shouldn't even be doing this, right? I don't care. That's kind of my whole thing. I don't care what happens in a 10-minute game, because I could beat all of these same people that I'm playing 100% of the time in a classical game. Now, maybe I wouldn't, because I wouldn't feel like calculating or whatever. But, and I'm really not a fan of this set, but I have no choice but to use it. So I'll sort of torture myself as my reward for winning each of these games. Okay, let's try again. This fucking lag, man. It shouldn't really matter, but especially there, it could cause your opponent to abort because they feel like. I feel like that's actually the wrong sequence of moves that you're not supposed to do, but I just do it anyway because I'm. Whatever, I feel comfortable with it. Like, here I would do the trade, and it only suits me to do the trade. You know. Sometimes I just do better when I have one bishop, because now it's like I can commit to it and have the dedicated V-shaped structure, whereas with the other one it's a more complicated thing like this, right, where you have a structure like that, and it's, I don't take advantage of the bishop pair and blah blah blah, so I don't really, I don't know, it doesn't really work out. Like, you have to kind of, at some point you have to own the kind of player you are. Like, I know how I play. Even, what the fuck is that? What the fuck? Even the site can't load it now. It can't handle it. He's played like 26,000 games. I love how these people clown on me too. Like, oh, you know, this is what happens if you don't study. Also, bro, I've already been better than you, and I'm fucking. You know what I mean? I haven't played anywhere near that many games, so you should study my pink flamingo technique. Like, bro, what the fuck is that? You literally should be a grandmaster, and I'm not even exaggerating. Like, think about it. It's taken me basically 2 years to play, even if you double it between chess.com or whatever else, right? Other formats and stuff. Even if you double it, so it would take me like 10 years to play, 20 years to play this many games. 20 years at this pace. You're trying to tell me I wouldn't be something by that point? Like, what the fuck, dude? That is really something. And this is where my whole almost my whole cynicism comes from with it, because it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that I've done anything impressive, but it would have to be, wouldn't it? Because like, there are these people, maybe not like that extreme, but there are a lot of people who simply, you know, now this could be a very bad idea, because if you somehow create, well, it's not really pinned to it, but I can just tell this knight's not going to be good, and I have nowhere good to put it, so. Or you could have even gone, no, I guess you can't. This looks like almost soda popping. with a glass of wine, but it's obviously not. Um, like the whole pink flamingo idea is the fact that, or it's just an example, but I think that's what it shows more than anything. You got to identify the kind of player you are and the way that you're trying to play. Whether it's actually objectively good or not doesn't matter, right? It's just the fact that, uh, that's just my style and that's just what I want to do. And so, and it works for me to some minor, low level extent at least. And so I do like that. You have to kind of self actualize your process as you go along instead of just going on the rails and taking for granted that, oh, you'll just do it. Because again, you'll always run into that. Like, oh, objectively, this is better, but it doesn't matter if it's better because you have to decide for yourself, right, what you would want to do. And the way that you do that is by saying that, caught between two knights over here. You could almost trap the fucking thing, but not really. Um, you decide what kind of style of play you want to do. You want to be more aggressive, you want to be more defensive, whatever comes more naturally to you. So you can't always think in terms of the objective metrics, whether it be the actual engine or whether it just simply be something else like uh even what better players will try to tell you, that's the biggest insult and disingenuous thing. And even I took a little bit too long to get here to even be able to say that, but it's so disingenuous. What would they say to this guy who's played 26,000 games? Oh, you should, or even if he was lower, like if he was 1,200 or something, and you're just starting to play, oh, you should study openings. But what do you mean, dude? You don't need to do that. It's gonna be some weird trick play shit that he can do, but this always opens the king, so I'm happy about that. Um, so this seems actually a little bit interesting. Not that you can't stop it, but it's still fun to do. But no, attacking is way harder than that's my core principle right there. Attacking in chess is way harder to do than you could possibly imagine. And so that validates the style of play right there to say that don't try to attack and sort of defend and try to, sort of try to basically do it in such a way that you get to sort of figure out what they're doing and things of that nature. The one thing I'll give this guy is he's fast, but maybe that could be his one weakness, like why he's been here so long or something. If you take this, doesn't really do anything. You'd almost want to just do something with a pawn here, but I can't figure out exactly what it is. Oh, here's where the trades become very tantalizing. Not that they haven't been the whole game. You look kind of familiar too, but I can't tell when they're so small like this. I hate fucking sets like this so much. Like this is so fucking horrible, but I don't care. If I go on a good win streak with it, then so be it. And I've even been doing those silent sessions. So here's my rule for the mic muted part. I show every game that I play on here and every game really that I play, period, because I don't really play chats off stream at all or anything really. So my rule for the mic muted segments are I can only do them if I am going back to a rating I've already been to, right? If it's some breaking new ground. So the highest I've been is 1725. So if I get back to there, I'm not allowed to do that if I'm potentially getting higher. It's just to make up lost ground like this because otherwise it's just a waste of fucking time like what I'm doing here. So it's just dumb. That would be great, but I can't actually do it. But see how much simpler the game becomes, and it's a very valuable thing for players who aren't good, that better players would sort of dismiss that, like, oh, well, technically you don't want to trade because you want to attack them, or you want to mate them, or you want to create some advantage. But it's like, you don't know how much easier it makes it for me to just, there's this little stuff on the board, so now I don't have to worry about anything. There's no chance of getting mated. There's no chance of really blundering anything. There's no chance of some crazy attack, right? Everything is just off the table, even with the queen still on the board. Normally, that's my number one target to try to trade. If I trade the queens, I'm pretty much unblemished as a chess player. If you trade the queen against me, you are pretty much, I don't care. I even say, like, you're 400 rating higher. If you trade the queen, you're probably going to draw. Draw or lose. Like, you're not going to win that game against me if the queens are traded. It just doesn't happen, right? Like, I'd love to see that in a classical game, over the board game. You just can't do it. It is impossible. Not saying it doesn't happen, but that's just because I'm a clown. But in a general principled sense, a moderate prognosticator, practitioner of the pink flamingo could tell you that you will never beat somebody who you trade queens against. Because again, that's my whole style of play. If I'm defensive and I get rid of the queen, how can you possibly beat me? And the answer is, unless that queen trade itself was somehow beneficial to you, like you traded and you won something or you got some better position as a result. But I mean, just like a simple trade like this, right? That's it. The game is over. It is objectively impossible for you to win this game now. You can't do it. Like, you literally, the best you could hope for is a draw. There is absolutely, objectively no path to victory here in any way. You could literally be like a fucking, well, I won't say that, but you could be like a 2000 player and I wouldn't even care, right? There's nothing you can do here. Now I'm going to possibly do something stupid and fuck it up, but you want to do this one, but it's not really going to work. And so now I'm going to get overly ambitious, but like I was saying, it was a guaranteed position. So now I didn't have to really do that. Now I'm going to get all overzealous and shit. This is the problem, though. It still has a bias towards being a draw. Right, but I am +3. It doesn't really feel like I'm +3, though. I don't know exactly. Fuck. This is not a super clean position for the rooks. Like, there's nothing really that interesting to do with them. You could put it here, and then he's a little landlocked with it, but, this is fucking annoying, actually. I can't figure out. You got to just break something through, and then, like, what is the +3? I don't understand. Just the fact that I have a pawn and the rook instead of the bishop, right? So it's not really like you're up a piece. You're just up a better piece, right? Like, you would rather be up a knight, just period, even though I hate knights, because then it's like a more of a raw value proposition. Like, okay, I have an extra piece. If they play around the rook well enough, right, and I do something wrong, then it can still even itself out. If you use the bishop very optimally, if I use the rook suboptimally. But bro, your 26,000 games should teach you better than this. That would be me if I don't study, but also me if I don't study. I'm still much better than this. I'm much better even than my peak rating would show, but I guess I can't say that. Like, you have to, you have to deliver. If you take, I take. I don't see anything really noteworthy that you can do with the with respect to the thing here. So you can go here, which I don't see especially why that's good, but there's gonna be some temptation. I do that, but then I'll get fucked over. So you can only go back. Not a big deal. It doesn't really do anything. That move was useless. Like, there was no point to even do it. If I go there, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take, but only from this position. So you'd rather just do it from here, basically. But no, the one thing they showed me is they have time discipline. this is the kind of thing that does make you actually feel good, like by my absolutist measure of something. Right, like in no universe am I not better than this guy. Not to get cocky or shit talk or whatever, but like when you look at that number of games played, right? Like I could have played 0 games, and you know what I mean. Like I would have been better than this guy when I was born, when I came out of the womb, when I played the game of chess for the first time. At any time in life, you're just not this guy in the game of chess, right? Like I'm just not this guy. I might not be good, I might not be great, but you know what I mean? You could not explain that to me. There's no explanation you can give for playing 26,000 games and being as bad as me, and even worse than me, because this doesn't even reflect where I'm at. There's just something that you're not. You're going through life like it's a. You're going through the game like it's life, like it's a routine. Like you're working at a fast food restaurant, and oh, I'm just doing it to pay the bills, right? Oh, I got to put food on the table for the kids. Like you're not really doing it. You're not really doing it with any presence or value or passion or self-actualization or self-awareness. It's just a routine for you. It's just a, you could say, oh, it's just a game for you. But even then, you'd be better just from taking it seriously as a game. Like there is an innate lacking to, okay, why is this move taking so fucking long anyway? But no, I mean, you would have had a chance to flag me if at best, but who knows how this position would have progressed. I mean, there's one legal move, bro. Like, fucking the stupid ass piece set, though. If I win 10 in a row, I should be able to change to anyone that I want or something. Maybe this move is more crushing than what I realize, but I don't actually realize how. You would think it's like a bot account or something. Like, what could I explain with it? Right, where you, like, how many games must you play a day, and for how long have you been playing? Wait, 144 days isn't even that much though, considering like it is a lot, but I played 24 days, so they've only played 100. So like at the rate that I'm playing, oh, I guess because I played so much classical, but even then, that doesn't even make sense. A lot of those games must end very quickly then. When did they make their account? They made it in 2020. Wow. Wow, dude, in 3 years you've played 25,000 games. It must be like some botting or like some sort of a, like you're win trading with people, but even if you were, then you'd think you get a little farther from doing it. Like I'm baffled. They didn't play completely terribly, but just when you see that number, it makes me expect something different. See, like that's where my elitist standard comes in. I could be the best player ever or whatever. Like I could be better, and I would always hold it to a high standard. I think what I've let myself fail on is just my effort level sometimes is not there. Like where I could do better, and I know I could do better, and I know I'm not doing something right, but I just say, oh, I can get away with it, so fuck it, I don't care. And that creates a lot of bad habits, but it happens a lot because that is how my mind works. Like, oh, it's a draw, so I'm fine with that. I can get as many draws as I want. At least I'm not losing. Like, even if I could have won or done better, right? Or again, like a trade. I could trade and just, you know, it makes my life easier even if it's not the best move or something. So yeah, this is an existential moment to realize that this represents what life is about. Like, you can do that if you want, but you know what you're doing is wrong. You understand. It's not in practice, it's in process. Like there's a difference. Right? It's not about how well you're flipping those burgers at McDonald's. It's about the fact that you're doing it in the first place. Like you're setting yourself up to fail because you're putting yourself in a process that you don't really care about. So what I would say about this guy, psychoanalyzing him, right? Assuming it's not a bot, but I don't know to what extent why they would even have bots like that. But like you don't have any passion for the game. You don't really actually like the game, because if you did, it's not even that you would study, it's that you you would understand. You would see something a little deeper. I don't know. Go a little King's Indian, which again I never really studied, but again through analysis or just repetition, I seem to know at least a certain amount this way. I mean, just like the first couple of moves. Or somebody was saying that the other day. What was their name? Like how they play like a few moves deep in an opening and they can still get to like 2000, but there's something else to it. Like they obviously have tremendous fun. It's not just the opening, right? They must have tremendous fundamental knowledge in other ways. Like obviously, it's not just about that because you can't just do that if that's the implication. Like, oh, I'm just gonna get to 2000 just like that. You can't just do that. You still have years worth of knowledge, even if you're saying, oh, it's not because of the opening. And that's even probably disingenuous too, because it doesn't mean that you're playing the optimal opening or whatever. It just means you're playing something good, and you would know it's good because you know so much, because you played so much. Like, it's things that would just happen that you take for granted at that stage. But even I'm admitting that as somebody who tried to avoid studying, and I use that as my whole like fucking claim to fame or whatever you want to call it, is that, oh, I don't study. Even me, I know a lot more than, you know, I know a lot more than basically you would allow yourself to see. And the reason why is because, like, just from playing, I've learned a certain amount, just from analyzing games at times, just from reading people in chat over the years, giving advice, or researching random topics and all these terms that I didn't know before. So even somebody who's made a concerted effort not to study, right, went out of my way not to study, I even still have learned. So I think it's very disingenuous for like 2000 players or whatever to act like, oh no, I've gotten there without studying or something. It's just not the way that it works. There's no shame in it, and it's inevitable, and that, again, that's just what you have to do. So it's okay. I might not like it, but it's absolutely the way it works. See, this is looking to be a stale closed position that we have to work with here. So we have this. If they take, I simply take. So the bishops in this game don't look like they're going to be that great unless you think that you can open it up later. If they take, I take. If not, I can take. They have no other way to cover side, like no way to cover the pawn. You could keep going, which is a real temptation, but I don't really want to keep going. I just want to open this because it allows you to now open up all kind of possibilities here. And so what you can do is you can basically I don't like where these things actually are. The knights, they seem kind of weird because couldn't one of these streamers have like a pet that you would just use that instead? Like as the knight? You gotta have a clown eating, or is that the sick dark implication that, oh, he's like eating he's eating a fucking horse or something? I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. If you take, or no, you can't even take. So that was arguably not the greatest thing because my position might have been more geared toward attacking, but that's what I always do. Is just, now you probably would lose this, but not really. You go here, you hit this. Didn't work out exactly the way I thought it was going to, but it's okay. Now, this is fine too. So everything's pretty comfortable with this position so far. You double stack. there's certain core principles that I just have that are so innate. Even when I played chess for the first time, like as a kid, I had that instinct. Like, doesn't mean it's even the best way to play. It's certainly not the best way to play at the highest level, especially in longer time formats. But it's like, oh, if I just trade everything off, I can't possibly lose. Like, that's how I thought as a kid, and it's true. And you could get a draw, and you could force dictate the pace of the game, certain positions, right? Like, don't tell me, oh, but you got to make the optimal trades and you got to, gain some positional advantage from the trade. It's like, yes, you're right, but if that's your initial instinct, you're not wrong because, it's obviously takes a certain amount of time right before that becomes relevant. You don't have to do that from the start. Even here, I have a chance to trade, but now I might be choosing not to do it. They would take. I could double take on there. And so what you can do is I would take, you would take, or you can't even take. Yeah, but now I'm going to turn down a trade for some stupid ass reason, but okay, the double stack here, you can't even move that, but unfortunately I can't target it with anything special either. Oh, but that's a bait. It's a bait because if I take, you can take, and then I can take, and then no, wait. I would take, you would take, I would take. I don't get it actually. I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take. So I would lose the rook and a bishop, and you wouldn't lose the knight. So it doesn't. I don't know. I guess you can go here though, for what that's worth. So you could double stack it, use that as the impetus for the double stack, and then you get to you could always take that first, I guess, and then do it. I could have already done that. I could have took, then took, then took. Would probably have made more sense. I'm trying to do something cute because like, oh, it's pinned, so I can do something else, but yeah, instead of playing all these great Nintendo games as a kid, oh, I could have just haha. I could have just, I could have played fucking chess more. Like, that would have been my whole objection to it too. It's not even that I wouldn't have played chess, it's that imagine playing it as like the only game or like doing it all the time. Right? That would have been what is just too much because there's a limit to how much you'd want to do one thing. That's an easy take there, which also leads to another. No, actually, it doesn't now. It doesn't because you don't have to take that. Or they're in a very tight spot anyway. See, now there could be some mate, like involving the Dark Bishop, but I don't care because, yeah, how many thousand games have you played now? Okay, see, that's not too bad. 2,900 is like in the realm of what we're still looking at here because it's like, it's still a case where you're able to understand it. Like, that's within reality of mine. I like mine as that sort of measure. Like, this is the Truman Show of chess, like I say, or it's sort of like, you get to see every single game I play for all intents and purposes as I ladder up from, being just an average garbage player to whatever I'm going to be. And then you also get to see something else. What was I saying? So you can try to give a check here, but you really can't. You're hitting this. Must admit, this knight is annoying the fucking shit out of me. Like, can you just get the fuck out of there for a second? Like, it's not covered, it's just in the way. You get rid of it, give a check, and just the game should be pretty much over. Look how much time these people waste. I gotta get to 17, so just let me fucking do it, you clown. So I'll do another muted session, I guess, after this or something. So this I can't do. This you can fucking... Be satisfied with just these little incremental things that you're doing, I guess. That's kind of cute, but I mean, it's okay. We'll just keep picking up a little pawn here and there. They might pick up a pawn themselves on here. Here's where I do get a little lazy with my calculation and stuff. Like, it shouldn't matter. Like, nothing that happens now should matter. The game's over. You lost. You're not even up on time as a cushion. Like, it shouldn't. And again, that always gives me a heart attack because I feel like, oh, I somehow got back rank, made it or some shit. Just when you hear that sound, it's like, you know, that can give you a real fright. So we've gotten to 1650, which is not really any accomplishment at all. No, just you gotta appreciate how long all this stuff takes. Whether you win or lose, whether you do well or not, it's just you know, it's extremely annoying for that reason, but and sometimes even if you beat somebody like way higher, it doesn't actually give you all that much. Go here, do whatever you want. There's something weird that happens with this that I don't know actually what it is. Bro is trying to make me hungry with whatever the fuck. I can't even see what he's doing there. Take. You'd set up typically to do a double take here if he leaves it, but in that case it's not because of the simple fact that you have the queen covering there in a weird way. Yeah, I have to decide on what my pawn structure is actually going to be, and I have no idea what it actually is. But yeah, you should always think reactively, like whatever they're trying to do, try to counter it. But in the opening, it's not really so easy to explain because here you have to consider that yeah, I do that just to try to compel a trade, not because it's actually good or anything, but this is always the file that I like to try to attack with if I can open this to the king or something of the sort. If I go up, they would take, I would take, they would take. Got to double check everything. I'm impressed I'm even doing this well with a shitty set like this. That does make it a little bit harder to play. Yeah, the opening, even people say, oh, you don't need to study openings like better players, but I disagree. Like, to the extent that people do it, it's very different than what they mean. They're talking about like going deep into variations. I'm just saying like on a basic level, you 100% have to study them and know what you're doing, even though I still don't really, right? It still has a certain relevance to it. That's a pointless move because you can just go like that, so I don't know why I even did it. Queenside castling itself is a very clown sort of behavior. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. There's pin to the knight if you don't take. If you take, go here, you'd be threatening. I just feel like sometimes people do actually snipe you and they get offended. Like maybe that guy who played 26,000 games. That would crack me the fuck up if he deleted his account. But that's not the thing. He should watch my Pink Flamingo video, or he should, whatever, do some soul searching. My background's bugging out. What was the bro's name? This was the bro. Or he'll like block me or something. But no, that's a surprisingly low amount of games to have played, or days to have played, considering how many games you played. If you take, I take back. Not really a whole lot to calculate here that I can tell. In my lust for a trade, I'll fuck something up too. It's taking a bit of time. How many games have you played? I'll keep shaming people for how much they played. See, that's not a bad number of games to have played. Doesn't mean that they haven't played over the board in real life. Doesn't mean they haven't played on other sites. Doesn't mean they don't have other accounts. Doesn't mean they haven't, played years and years of life. But at least the way this seems on a surface level, it would be a case of. I hate the 000 thing in notation. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Oh, this is like a eyeball emoji type thing, like a dude wearing glasses or something, and this is like a fucking triclops. Like, what is this? What does mean? Like, yes, I know it means castle, haha, but why the fuck is it written like that? Like, what does that have to do with anything? That has no functional basis to do with the. I mean, at least the other ones make sense. Why not just make it the notation of the king to that square? Like you'd say king to from D1 uh to G1, right? And the only way that would make logical sense is obviously if it castled. So you would already know that, or you could combine the movement of that with the thing, with the rook. Like, so both the rook and the king go there. Like, I don't know. That's the dumbest thing ever that I've seen. You just write O dash O or O dash O dash O. Like, that's so fucking random and has nothing to do with anything in the game. But yeah, even the knight I always criticize for that same reason. The knight is like it's actually amusing how many turns that was like that for. It was like that like, literally for the whole fucking game, and nobody gave a shit about it. Which arguably could be a good attacking pattern, but It's not like that big of a deal, really. See, if you had like an X-ray vision type of mentality with that, you'd be like putting it there so you're attacking there ahead of time, and then you'll somehow dislodge this at some later point. That was obviously a bad move because now they're threatening to double take that, so I'm almost obligated to take here. And so that was just a bad move. I guess I'm getting outplayed, even though they didn't really do anything fucking at all of substance. It's just self-created issues that you have, right? For no reason at all, but I'll still come back and do this. Because, like, again, they're up, but they're not up by such a wide margin that it should be a big deal. And so you would have thought they would have moved that there at some point just naturally anyway. And again, trades now are not really what you're even looking for. And the reason why is because they're up by at least a little bit. Maybe I could sort of flag them and cheese them a bit here. If I play this really accurately now, you can frustrate them, right? There's no way he's going to come up with some god level sequence that's just going to win the game. I don't know. It's just fucking annoying, but let's try to annoy them. That okay, they could have done that in the first place. Nothing I did changed anything with that. You're hitting that, doesn't really matter. You're not winning a pawn or anything by doing this. So what you can do is you can maybe try to double stack there. We'd almost be setting up for the fucking yo-yo here, where we get to basically, you know, put it there and then bring the queen in behind, but it's like basically impossible that that would actually be good or actually work. Look how hard they're thinking, racking their brain, calculating, and it's just not going to necessarily do them any good. This looks like a cool little cute octopus knight. But the way that you can do it is you can obviously... Well, obviously you could do that too, but... That's the number one thing that you wouldn't have wanted to do. Because obviously you are limited on material anyway, so... You want to avoid the trades as much as possible, and I never thought I'd say that because it goes against my whole style of play, but 2 minutes left. They played generally okay. You know, I give people credit when they deserve it, but this is like a very lukewarm sort of thing where they're not really doing anything. I'm just making some obvious mistakes. They are punishing me, but like, again, if I play like this, I shouldn't be upset. Like, what is this, dude? They could have probably actually just done something stupid where like even the unleash wouldn't have saved me then, and I would have actually probably just lost it, but the time-wise I do have a tremendous amount where I don't have to worry too much about any of this. Let me see. Once again, they missed it. Like, my bishop's been in a bad spot. Or they actually, what? They actually traded down when they had a much better move, like fucking go here, then I'm stuck. And then if I move away, you win that for free. So they miss a lot of good things anyway. That I don't have to worry about. Okay, now I don't have to worry about shit, really. I feel bad for doing it, but it kind of makes sense because you get to, you know, I always suffer from that myself anyway. If you keep going, okay, take. I don't really even see much of a path to victory. It's just more like fucking, you know, you don't have to really win. Well, since you're so close to this, now I do see a path to victory, even though... But how? But how did that happen? Like, what? Bro, this is why you don't try to fucking promote or do anything. Like, what the fuck happened? What the fuck was that? Bro, with 9 seconds, like, really, bro, really, dude, is that for real? Because I don't think you can do it in this short span of time. I really don't think you can. You don't deserve to be able to. You shouldn't be able to. Bro, bro, just forget it. I don't want to play fucking anymore. This game is filled with a bunch of fucking morons. Like, are you serious, bro? Absolutely fucking brain dead. Okay, and the alternative is, oh, I can flag somebody. Like, that's really fun and instructive too. That does happen a lot though. Like, promotion is very deceptive. It seems like, oh, there's no way this could mathematically not work out, but you should obviously double check it because I don't understand that. Like, how does that make any fucking sense that that's not a winning good position for you there at the yes, of course, mate in 29, mate in 40. Why would it even take that long? Mate in 41. Why should it be that hard to do? So let's see what's happening. You're losing as white, which just doesn't make any fucking sense at all to me. There's a blunder to go there, and then there's a blunder to take. So I don't understand. You're supposed to go there now and sort of exploit the shittiness of the night. These are all things that be relative. What the fuck? It's still a draw. That shows you how negligible the night is. Yeah, that one is just. It just shows you what the game is actually about, which is why, in many ways, I don't like it. Because again, I'm either gonna flag them, which is not fun, and they're just gonna win like in a way that's probably the most invalid victory that we've ever seen in the game of chess. Like, just not even. It's just the sort of thing like you wouldn't feel good about it anyway. Like, you both waste like 20 minutes of your time, or potentially a lot more if it's classical, and nobody feels good about what happened. You feel sort of dirty and like disappointed, and like you just wasted your time. Like, it's just completely meaningless. Let me just look at the next piece of art and stuff so we can be ready for the next session or something. Or I could even do it with my silent thing if I want, but I don't even feel like it. This will take like another fucking century to do. This is why I don't like going on these negative trends. You know, all you have to do is keep a 1-to-1 win ratio basically, and you won't tank like this. But this one is obviously part of the Paper Mario thing too. So it's like solving a solving a hard mode 30 minutes in, basically. Like, we're very early on to the game, right? 2 times enemy damage is the hard mode. Increase enemy HP at various amounts. And one simple solution, like solve this hard mode with one easy trick. Just use the life shroom. So the way you would explain it is you have 10 life shrooms in your inventory at any given time, which is very expensive, sure, but now you can beat pretty much anything with ease, whether it be Bowser or the Master, like in the dojo and stuff, because you can die 10 times and you'll get revived, and you get 10 free turns of just attacking without ever having to use an item, without ever having to heal, and you're basically invincible because you can die 10 times and you'll keep getting revived. You might say, like, why couldn't you do that with any other item? Like, you could sort of do it with the metal cap and let your pet do all the work, or you could do it with the repel gel and stuff like that. But I mean, like, oh, why not have an ultra shroom? But that's actually bad, because even if you don't have to do it every turn or something, the fact that you have to even do it takes up time. So like, I have to use it. I'll take a hit, then I'll hit them, then I'll take another hit, then I'll use the ultra shroom, but it takes up my whole turn. So now it wasted my turn doing it. Whereas with the life shroom, it auto triggers, so I can just attack, do what I'm doing, and then let myself die, and then it'll revive me, and then let myself die, and then it'll revive me. So like, it's buying you 10 free turns to just attack, right, and go buck wild, and so that is very, very powerful. And of course, I lost on purpose just so I could change this shit. I really didn't like that one, though, I'll be honest. This Yuso Lando one, I feel like this never really worked. Yusalanda 1 set bold, Yusalanda's 2 set, Fate Stay Night, something like that. Now, some of them might take a while to load, but it seems like all those pretty much don't work, so I don't care. Oh, this one's going to be annoying, though. Now, this one's just based on different colors, which is not really too bad. Or some of them, like I said, that one didn't work at first. It'd be a disappointment if it did actually work after a while. Or yeah, I'm probably the lowest rated player ever to host a Simo, because that goes against the whole thing. Everybody can just beat up on me because I'm a clown. I did that at some point earlier. So I'll do it with this one maybe in the silent session, assuming it even works, which it works with every piece besides the king, which is utterly fucking stupid, but I won't even do it then. So let's see. It's amazing that some of these just don't work, but then again, it makes sense because some of them have been for such a long time that you would, oh, now it does work. What the fuck? Middle aged, but no, some of these actually look cool, but then you just can't use them, obviously. I swear one of them took like an hour to load, but it did actually end up working. Alright, so let's just do it with this one and whatever, dude. Or here, let's react to the video behind it just for the culture of what we're doing here with the cosmetics.
Got your strategy. Just have 10 life
10 life shrooms going into a fighter just all the time.
And people were really confused as to why that's so good compared to just why not have 10 ultra shrooms as opposed to 10 life shrooms.
Oh yeah, I explained the same thing. You don't have to use them.
Damage they're doing. It's not like you get hit for 20 and then you use an ultra shroom and then you get hit for 20 again. So you're already down to 30 and you'll have to do it again next turn. Instead of wasting turns doing that, you can just let the life shroom do all the work for you. Get it, an attack off, die, revive. Get an attack off, die, revive. Do that 10 times. And in 10 turns of having free reign to do whatever you want, you will likely finish anybody off.
Yeah, you just do like a power bounce every turn, or then you have to worry about your FP.
Like this, with no problem.
And that would probably be more pertinent in
into a fight.
It's more pertinent in like the pro mode, right? Then you might almost feel encouraged to do it or something like that. Okay, so here I'll switch my cosmetics again. So we have this one is kind of funny. These are the few clips that I did about. Oh, whoops! Failed to save background reference. URL must use something. Oh, I fucked it up already. Uh, I'm using it from Flickr, so it should work. That one day Imgur just wasn't working, so then I just gave up. Right, so then I made a new account here, but whatever. It's just the way you have to do this on the chest is a little weird, but I do like it because then you can just use any image in existence as your background, which is kind of fun. And for whatever reason, I want to do it like this. So every time I lose a game, I have to change to my, like my next video on my channel's thumbnail. And the reason why that works so well is because, well, first of all, I have a lot of them, but it gives me a chance to show them off too in a way that normally, you wouldn't see because. Oh, it's because I copied a clown emoji. You probably saw it there, but I didn't notice for my title. So yeah, this one's a little bit funny, and we'll watch the corresponding clip too. So this is this is a fun little dynamic, and it also leads to,
Both lost
well,
to
it's again, it gives me a chance to do that, like show that off, but also it sort of creates a punishment and a permadeath style where it's like, you know. It creates that psychological thing like, oh, I have to go through the trouble and do this every time that I lose, or then it leads to something else too. So what you have is the ability to do, okay, I'll change the the thumbnail, or I mean that, then I'll change the piece set, usual, colorize. So we're getting towards the bottom in the alphabetical sense. But no, yeah, it just creates like something you're playing for. I'm playing because I want to preserve this whatever piece set and so forth. So it creates that permadeath incentive, right? In addition to just playing for your rating and stuff, and also just the inconvenience of doing it too. Now this one's a little bit annoying because it's all just based on the colors, so it's not super clear what everything is, but you know, it's still a valid set. The only sets I consider invalid that aren't allowed to use are like if a piece is just missing. So the pieces are there, but there's no clear indication. So you just have to remember this is in fact incredibly annoying and is borderline like a blindfold set because they all look the same. You just have to go by the color. So the bishops are green, and in fact it's extremely confusing because you also have to go by the shades of it too. In fact, they're not even different shades. Like that is kind of fucked. But I still will do it. Okay, so let's look at the clip behind this art. So it is the good ending, at least from the perspective of Light Yagami and Death Note, would be, as I said, basically if Mikami just went to the bathroom and took a shit and didn't see, because he's in his law office, right? So if he had to go to the bathroom and take a shit, he would have not seen the news report about Takeda, and he wouldn't have written Takeda's name and then bust the whole plan, because the fact that they both write it kind of reveals that the fake notebook is a thing, and even the fact of him going to the bank obviously exposes it. So the whole point is Light loses not because he's makes a mistake or he does something bad. He goes out of his way with the little piece of Death Note in his oh, I still have the mic muted thing up too. He goes out of his way to do the right thing because he has this backup piece of the notebook in his watch, and he's able to do it right under the nose of his own detectives right in the front seat. And so he goes out of his way to solve the problem and kill Takeda with the piece of paper in his watch. And so if Mikami simply stays in the office and doesn't do anything, he can just do nothing, right? You win. But because he can't get that message through and he doesn't know, even he who calls Light God and worships him so much and everything, even he underestimates Light and says, oh, Light can't possibly do this because he's under surveillance, and so I have to do it. So even his greatest follower underestimates how brilliant he is, and so Light does exactly the right thing and goes above and beyond, right, and writes the name in the hidden piece of his watch. And so again, he didn't have to do anything, so he actually does everything properly. It's just like, let me hear actually how I explain it here, but that's basically it. He could just do nothing and you already win.
both lost to both L and Light lost to external factors outside their own awareness. So that's how the game theory defined by two absolutists who cannot directly
That's the
lose.
term I always use, is
They can't
absolutist, to
just
describe
lose
certain characters like
arbitrarily,
this.
like, oh, he just slipped up. Oh, he just got lucky. They lose by things they couldn't have been aware of. No way for L to know about Rem's infatuation with
So
Misa.
sometimes people try to discredit
No
that, like,
way
oh,
for Light
Rem
to
just helped
know
Light, but
about
it was more than that
Mikumi's
because
sort of
Light sort of created that
improvised
situation.
action in the moment. In fact, Light accounts for the outcome that leads to his defeat, right? Not only does he not need Mikami to write Takeda's name, he goes out of his way to write it on his scrap to remove the need. Again, we're using that term. He removed, that's actually the ultimate validation too. Like, he removes the need for Mikami to write the name. Mikami writing the name is what led to his defeat. And so all Mikami has to do is sit in the bathroom and take a shit, and Light wins, right? Both long.
Yeah, if Mikami had to go to the bathroom, he would win. That would literally be all he had to do. I love that. Because, and that's literally what the image is. That would be hard to explain otherwise. The good ending for Light is, oh no, he was in the bathroom and he didn't see the news report. Like, how's he supposed to know that? Like, what if he is busy doing something? He's in the middle of a case, right? And he can't watch the news. He wasn't expecting anything like that to happen. You could say, oh, he's always just on edge like that, but Light didn't know that Mikami was going to get kidnapped, that Takeda was going to get kidnapped. So how is Mikami supposed to expect that? So if he was just genuinely busy doing something, I'm in the middle of a trial, I'm in the middle of a court case, I'm not expecting anything to happen today. I don't have any orders besides what I've been doing normally. So I just missed the news report. So I don't go to the bank. So I don't kill Takeda, and then we win because everything's fine, right? Like, it's just that simple. Bro should have just had Taco Bell the last night. I don't know why he keeps doing this. It's obviously something to do with the internet here, but I don't really get it. So apparently I'm black. So this is going to be... Oh, wait, what? This is going to be bullshit because this set is not going to be the best for me. Like, how do I really know what is what? They look exactly the same. Right? Like, they... Well, I guess... No. I mean, I guess they're upside down, duh. But still, it's confusing as fuck. So that's the knight, which means I don't want to worry about it. See, like, why can't I just do this? Why can't I just do the double attack? Like, you're already there. Like, the best that they could do... The best that they could do is they could basically cover it with the bishop, which at least allows me to take here. Normally, like, if this is overextended, you get to castle in a certain way, but I'd be more happy to do this just for the sake of the trades. Like, I can get another trade now. Now it's like double pin, so you could just go berserk to try to, you know, you could go berserk to try to trade the, if you can put one more pressure on the knight, right, you're already in a great position. So, like, I don't know how to do that, but... Right, like you're... Well, and this isn't even covered, but I mean, effectively, if you could try to force that to move... I don't know why this just feels right, because you're hitting that, but you can't really take either one of them. You got to go by the fact that there's an upside down to know which piece is which, basically. That's the only criteria that you have. Now, he's forcing my hand, and I would be the type who's compelled to take just because I want to. Right, trade everything all the time. I wasn't expecting them to actually do that. This is not the bishop, it is a knight. You got to go purely by color coordination, so the pieces don't give you any indication of what they are by their appearance because they all look the same. And then this is like a super hard game that this is from VVVVV or whatever the fuck. So it's like a flash game too, actually. But no, it's a case where again, they don't give you any visual feedback by how they appear to tell you they're different. You just have to go by the colors, but you also have to go by um the fact that they're just upside down. So this is a very poor visual feedback kind of thing. I typically don't like that sort of React content, but when it's my own stuff, then I yes, it's fine, right? Then I don't feel like I'm not stealing somebody else's shit. So I get my V-shaped structure exactly how I like it. And so you may be blocking that, and it may be difficult to deal with it, but I'll still just do what I want. But no, my ability to create drawish sort of closed positions is just so amazing because you have it's so easy. Like if you really play like that, which I should do, and I kind of was doing for a while, right? It is uncanny. I'd be like a case example of somebody who, how could you possibly get this far and not know so many basic things? But it is very legitimate. Like I don't think people realize how much at times people know at this stage or have studied even as you go forward. Like you're doing something just in a very unconventional way. So now this is very hard to get rid of. You may have to do something like this, which is the sort of thing you wouldn't think about because it's sort of like you could keep going there, and in that case it would be kind of stupid because you don't want to play it like that. It makes you wonder what you're even trying to do with this position. Like, do I go here? They would take, I would take, they would still take. That's possibly why they did that. You'd want to open this pawn to the rook, but the reason why you can't do that is because he'll keep going, and then there's nothing I can do. Now you're hitting this, pinning this, and so the way that this works is uh covering there as well. If I go here now, they could raise it. I still can't do anything about it. Yeah, I'm going to do some brazen ballsy thing, but I really don't need to, or I really shouldn't do that. So these moves become a little incomprehensible because there's nothing I'm really trying to do. Right? They've made a couple defensive moves actually in a row, but there's nothing you can really do that's very good here. Right? This would have been the best bet, but it seems like too much work and it messes up your whole structure, so I shouldn't do that. But these are the kind of moves you have to sometimes do later in the course of a game, like where you have to just bust the structure and just deal with it, and it sometimes is so good it just makes it difficult because it's like, yeah, take a quiz like that, like which Death Note character are you? And I'm definitely like Nier, not that I'm nearly as smart as him, but like I'm kind of have that quiet disposition and everything. So L and Light are both, although L is kind of weird too. So in a way, Light really upstages everybody because he's so charismatic and outgoing. L is like Edgeworth when it comes to his social skills. He can do it when he needs to for like some sort of functional basis. Like, look how charismatic he is when he's questioning the witness, right? But then outside of that, in day-to-day situations, he's very awkward. So he's only good in that functional basis. It's the same way with Al. He'll do some sort of trick or gambit where he's really smart and really good conversationally, etc. But he's not. But he's not that way when it comes to person-to-person dealings, like with Misa and girls and whatever, right? And so when you look at it that way, you get into a situation where you get into a situation where again, Edgeworth slash I can almost guarantee you what I'm doing is not good. See, this is me already saying I'm not going to play for a draw. Now I want to play for a win, but it's not going to happen. So I'm fucking myself up. But yeah, like again, Edgeworth can be very charismatic in the courtroom, making an argument and questioning people, but he's not as good when it comes to just day-to-day interaction with people. So it's the same thing with L. Like he's socially awkward, but he can be compelling only in those cases when it's something like high stakes for the investigation or something like that. So there is a big difference there. Right. So the difference is that Light can just do it overall. He can be charismatic. He can be whatever he wants. Right. All the time with everyone. So that is his big skill. So that's the whole contrast between Light. Or I mean, between like Nier. Like, oh, Nier is socially awkward, but so is L. So it makes it a little confusing. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. If you keep going, I can take. I'm almost obligated to take because of the pass pawn potential. Even though it really wouldn't be, like, you still have ways to stop it, but you don't want it to come down to that, I guess. Yeah, whatever I did with the pawns here was completely aimless, but this is where I get sort of comfortable with the structure, and then I don't really try to do anything with it. Like, I don't know. So you're covering there. My main thing is to try to do something here, but I don't know why I think that's so good, but you're kind of obligated to take. If you don't take, I take. I could even take with the queen. So the danger here is, oh no, maybe you'll get a passed pawn, but it's almost like I don't even give a shit. Yeah, this is just a very stale sort of position that you get a lot. And so, again, people will say that somehow in praise of the game, but it's not really what you think it is. So here you can easily take it, and so I'm kind of surprised by that move. Right, like I don't understand why you would even do it. They would take, I would take, so they'll take maybe with the rook for what that is worth. Okay. So now you still have this as far as the king is serving multiple values there. So you have, you know, it's like, oh no, you can give a check and take the queen, but it won't really happen because it's a two-way street now. If you were to take, yeah, he saw it immediately too. I always have that issue. Like I'll see something, but I'll make the move first, or I'll be too impatient. So again, do I really deserve any credit for that? I mean, that's what I just don't like. It doesn't feel satisfying even when you win, or the ways that you win are like, I don't know. It just feels sort of incomplete, like it's some sort of weird thing. But yeah, I should use the Death Note set actually as I'm doing this, but the problem is one of the characters is missing, like Takeda, so the queen for like white or something is missing. Yeah, see, it's totally even, it's totally draw, and then just somebody makes a mistake. You might think, oh, you can't play perfectly, but it's not even that you can play perfectly or not. It's that you play like sort of stale, like just you're not really doing anything major, so you can't make a mistake. Even I was playing kind of in a bit of a clown way, where you get to it makes you look like you're good or like you're openings. The fact that I'm moving so fast, but you probably shouldn't do that, especially when these pieces are so incomprehensible to you. This is like a form of blindfold anyway. I always wonder that. I would take with the queen there, like if it was me, but uh you can go to here and they're trying to do something weird with the thing itself. The they're trying to do something with the actual knight. Or what? I don't know what the fuck they're doing. This is a knight. This is a... Best thing to do when they're playing clownishly aggressive like this is just go ahead and try to actually do the fucking thing. Do trades, obviously, which is almost always what I like to do anyway. So this is a bishop here, this is a bishop here, this is a knight. You maybe would still want to try to open this, but there's no good way to do it because they can double take now. So you can go here and potentially take this. In fact, there may be no way to stop that. If you go here, I can still take. Go here, I can still take. Or I would turn down the take because oh haha, I wanna... Okay, that's a little cute, but I mean, you'd think you could keep going back and forth like this, basically. Uh, Fucking don't tell me. So you're actually, haha, that was all part of their plan. They trapped my queen. Like, what the fuck? How is that possible, bro? This might be the... Man... This might be the best thing you can do with it. So if you take, I take, you take... So because I won a couple pawns, they're only +1 from that. But that is one of those fucking moronic, stupid sequences that makes no sense at all in the game. Because how the fuck can you do that? Like, they definitely didn't know what they were doing with that, I'll tell you that much. So threatening here, take... So they're in a better position, probably, in various ways. They get to undouble the pawn. They would take, I would take, like, this is maybe not the sort of position in which you try to do something like this, because of the simple fact that you're already, kind of, you shouldn't be the aggressor, but then again, their king is in the middle of the board. But again, you'll see how little that matters when you don't have the queen and everything like that. So if you hit this, you can get a stupid ass fork as a result. And so what you can do is you can just go back, I guess. Or you can try... No, you can't do that. I'm thinking almost like, oh, we could double stack, but they'll take. If they take, I take. I'm happy with that trade generally too. Now it becomes just a question of, this doesn't even look like an upside down person to me. It looks like some sort of other, like some sort of object or like a pot or something or some other creature. It just takes on a life of its own from that position. Now here you can sit there and attack this, so like maybe I should wait, but that's also under attack. So they have the stupid ass knight. I have a couple pawns. It's not a big deal, but like basically this side is wide open. These are two passed pawns, but because they have so much pressure there, I should basically want to try to trade off. Once again, a position that you could easily draw, if I'm not mistaken, like... It's just one pawn, or the pawns on this side that are too vulnerable that force me... Oh, no, I could have double stacked because this one's already covering it. You got to just keep an eye on like sort of key squares. Don't let them come into the open file. And even if they do, it lets me take it. Like they'll take, I'll take back or something. So I still maintain the open file. If they take doesn't do anything. If they take doesn't do anything. If they go there, it doesn't do anything. It's a very stale position, despite the fact that they got basically lucky with some stupid ass sequence that, like, oh, the queen's gonna get trapped. Like, what the fuck was that, dude? It's possible if they just didn't entertain the trade, they could have trapped it without even, because the bishop's whatever. The bishop's here, the queen's here. If they had just moved the queen, now something else could have happened, or maybe not. Maybe I could have gone there with the cover of the bishop. Then I forget. Oh, this dude's only 1550 as well. Like, how does this fucking happen? Yeah, let's rub it in. Sergei Karjakin should not have been banned just because he said something positive about a particular invasion. Like, that has nothing to do with chess. People always get mad about that. Like, it has nothing to do with a fucking board game, though, still. He's not a military person. He's just a fucking random civilian who plays the board game. Like, so even as much as I can sympathize with the actual events, I'm not going to blame a chess player or hold that against one of the best chess players in the history of the world, right? By saying he shouldn't be allowed to play. He could be world champion right now. He could have probably beaten Ding. He might have, Napo would have been a tough one, but it's like that is so unfair to him that he deserves to be able to play the fucking board game regardless of his personal views or whatever he says. Like, if Ding says something positive about China and all the terrible things it's done, right, he should still be able to play the game. Like, it has nothing to do with it. Especially when you say it in like a personal context or in like a, on some social platform or something. That has nothing to do with it. If you try to say it at an actual FIDE sanctioned event, that's different because of the simple fact that you have whatever. But again, you play a board game for a living. It's a meritocracy. You should be allowed to do that regardless of what you say. That would be my position, and I said it at the time. I just don't associate the two, right? Like, why should that be? Because what that also does is it makes a mistake. That means it's vouching for the views of everybody else. Like, what if Hikaru has some really weird view? What if Magnus has some really weird view that you wouldn't agree with in some other context, right? Like, so you're vouching for the views of Richard Rapport, as weird as he is in chess. Maybe he has some really weird views too outside of it. Like, so you're just saying just because you make your view public or just because you know what it is, that somehow makes it better. But in reality, it's a case where uh, it should have nothing to do with it. Again, something is innocuous, like a sport, right? You could have whatever view you want, but if you're good at the sport, they can't deny you for competing because you're too good, right? Let the play speak for itself. But people obviously don't do that. Why is he taking so fucking long? Hey, how's it going? Torture? What's torture? This game? Or yeah, like, even if somebody's a convicted criminal, that's the whole irony of it. Like, OJ Simpson is still a great football player, and he still deserves to be in the Hall of Fame because, like, that has nothing to do with him as a person, right? You don't have to give him money or something anymore if that's the concern. But in fact, he was acquitted too on top of that. But even if he wasn't acquitted, it's like, I don't look at it to do, you put up objective numbers and statistics in the game. Like, so if it was Michael Jordan and Michael Jordan now goes out and commits an atrocity, like being the worst GM in history for the fucking Bobcats slash Hornets, which actually he did that, but I mean, even something worse, it doesn't have anything to do. He's still the best player based on his statistics, based on his whatever. So if you want to not glorify him anymore because of that, right, you don't have to glorify him, but you still acknowledge, oh, he still is the greatest scorer. He still is this. He still is all the accolades that he got. You can't just take that away. Oh yeah, the pieces look hellish. Yeah, I have to deal with it until I lose a game. So I'd lose on purpose so I can. This guy just fell asleep. But no, yeah, that's the point. Is like, LeBron, he's the all-time leading scorer. Now, if he goes out and he hits somebody with his car or he commits some sort of crime, right? He's still that guy. Like, it doesn't take away from his career because those are objective accomplishments. Okay, so this was actually a game that they were winning a little bit. Probably it wouldn't have mattered, but this position is a draw, like that clip of Magnus that I made that comment that got 100,000 likes, or I made that joke that my friend made a comment that got 100,000 likes. It's like, obviously, every position in chess is a draw. That's just how the game works. But it's uncanny, even at this low level, even under this time format, how often that actually happens. So again, it shows you it's not really that, oh, you're playing so perfectly. It's that you're both playing equally imperfectly because you're both clowns and you don't really know how to, capitalize on some minor advantage. That's got to be the biggest tilting game ever, the Fabiano Nepo game, where like two super grandmasters know that they have to play for a win, because if they get a draw, they both lose basically, and they don't get a chance to play, right, to win the candidate. So they know that both of them have to play for a win, and what happens? They still get a fucking draw. Like, what sense does that make? I can understand in conventional situations, like, okay, maybe it's advantageous to get a draw, or you don't want to risk losing, but like, you have nothing to lose. If you lose that game, it doesn't matter, right? It's the same as getting a draw, and you're not going to be able to compete for the world championship. So honestly, out of the goodness of my heart, if it was going to be a draw, I would just lose on purpose just to fucking give the other person a chance. Like, what's the point otherwise? It's just a waste of everybody's time. And so everybody's betting against Ding, which I said that a while ago actually, because I said, um, I said before he won the world championship, right before that match, I said, oh, he's a choker. He's choked in a lot of big games. He's underperformed for his rating. And then he does choke in the world championship. So it was a good prediction, but then he still wins despite that, which is pretty uncanny. So then I made a prediction with this one, is that he'll lose he'll lose to whoever wins the candidates, no matter who they are. Right. And so now it happens to be Gukensh, which I wasn't expecting that, but yeah, so I 100% guarantee that he wouldn't win. But like, when I say it, people don't take it seriously. But then, oh, Magnus will say the same thing, or somebody else. It's like, clearly my predictions are very good with that. Like, psychologically, I was seeing his weakness way ahead of time. But now everybody's like, oh, he's in a slump or this or that. But he's always had this sort of choking mentality where he was like world number 2, but he was never treated like it because he wouldn't finish, aside from Magnus, he wouldn't be the one who's finishing high in tournaments. Like, it would be Fabiano or it would be somebody else. So he would always sort of underperform. That's apparently a blunder that I just made, even. Yeah, I even thought about doing that, but then I feel like it fucks up your. No, I guess I didn't think about doing that. I thought about. I would have kept playing it out. So, like, let's say I do this, he does this. So what, though? So because of that, he's somehow winning now? Like, how? I guess it implies that you don't want to trade yourself, even though that's always my mentality. So the fact that I had to trade that, like, why even do that? Why do you have to do that? Okay, he goes there, then I go here. Then he's gonna force the trade. You can't really give up the open file in addition to not wanting to trade. Yeah, has he even been allowed to play since then? Like, I haven't really paid attention, but it seems very unfair how they treated him. A bigger controversy than the Hans Niemann thing, because he was already a candidate challenger, right? He lost to Magnus, obviously, but banned him from playing FIDE rated events for 6 months. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Continued a self-imposed ban by refusing to participate if he couldn't play under the Russian flag. Yeah, that's also unfair too, to punish like every Russian player who happens to just play for Russia. Notably, he opted out of playing of the COD despite eligibility. I can't represent my country. I will not hear my country's national anthem. Only play 2 FIDE classical games. Yeah, like, he really is in the right, though. Not with what he's saying, but just it has nothing to do with the game, so I don't get it. You can try to make everything political, but when moving fucking wooden pieces on a board is political, that's just taking it too far. Right, like playing a sport. Okay, so that matchup was a little bit stupid with the rating. I mean, I guess I can do this anyway, but they would take, they would still take, which I almost don't even want to do. Right, like, I don't. That's not something I typically like to do. If I go here, or a better way to illustrate that same point is, yeah, like somebody comes up with a cure for cancer and then they commit a horrible crime. It's like, would you, unrelated to it, not like it calls into question whether their cure is legitimate or not, but like, would you still keep using the cure that they figured out just because they happen to be a criminal or a bad person after the fact, or you find out other things about them? It's like you would still use it because they objectively did something that's very good, right? So you can't deny. Why is the check thing not appearing? Is it because of the set, or is it because I'm reconnecting? It's like the site can't handle all my gimmicky little fucking sets. See, even this 2000 rated player is struggling with the set or having their inhibitions about it. So it's like, that shows you how good I must be, because I'm not used to using the set. I just happen to be using it like for the first time. And so that shows you how good I'm playing, like a level of blindfold in addition to everything else. So if you can double attack this, it's very good. If you can't, then it's perfectly fine too. Like how Riv doesn't like that symmetrical one. That one I kind of like, and that one would even help you because it makes it so obvious to you, like, it's a case where you see the piece twice, so you can't possibly forget what it is that you're looking at. I don't want to do it, but I'll just do it. I don't care. I was apparently in a losing position the last game, even though it doesn't make sense how it happened, because I doubt they would have really seen it, but somehow trading there was actually really bad for me, which kind of makes sense. Yeah, I go sometimes for a preferential position instead of something else. Like this V-shaped structure is it's very, situational basically. And what do we want to keep going back and forth? Literally just get a threefold repetition right now. Fuck it, dude. That's my one biggest worst tendency, is that maybe I can blame time for it. Like, oh, if I was in a classical over the board type of environment, I would I'd be more willing to look for stuff. But if you're not willing to look, you're never gonna find something that's actually really good. So this is where the knight can actually excel, because you're able to basically, eat up the closed position, go behind enemy lines, sort of a thing. That's a major story archetype that I would use in short stories, actually. Like this sort of special group that's like goes behind enemy lines and stuff like that. So it's like you're not really like a superhero or doing something crazy. You're just like a one or two man crew who's doing something in like a espionage or something like that. So the implication is just like, you're doing that one little thing that makes the defining difference, the X factor in the fight, but it's not like really you're that powerful yourself, right? You're just like an average person, frankly, but you just do the one thing, like, oh, you hit the shield generator or whatever the fuck, however you want to qualify it, right? So that's kind of a very interesting, not saying it's entirely unique or that other stories don't do that, but that's something that I always liked, where, I don't know, you're sort of characterizing it in a different way than what stories typically do, like where you have too much impact. You make the deciding impact, but your overall impact is still pretty low, right? I mean, it's kind of like Frodo in fucking Frodo and Sam, if you think about it in terms of Lord of the Rings, right? Like you're not very powerful and you're not really doing that much necessarily, but but it's a case of you go behind enemy lines and you destroy the ring while the real fighters are doing their thing. So that has a major, major impact. But on your own, you're not very powerful or capable either. So that's maybe one of the best notable extreme examples. Right, so you serve as this major X factor, obviously. That might even be too much impact, but that is still the same phenomenon, basically. So he did that specifically to avoid the fork, I suppose. You got to think of the knight basically in chess like that. It goes behind enemy lines and does like one major thing, and then it's often hard to airlift it and save it out of that because it fucking just dicks around and does nothing really. But it can still definitely make a meaningful difference in the process. Like this is a pretty high quality knight. There's no question about it. So you can't do that because you got to worry about what this pawn represents. So you have the ability to I don't know actually. It leaves this way too exposed with that diagonal. So your goal would probably be to close that diagonal off somehow. And unfortunately, you really can't do that. Because you have I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take. This is one of those moves that you'd almost just like to pass. Like I don't know really what to do with it. You don't really need the cover there because nothing's happening with that, but they're setting up for some very good diagonals that I cannot deny their importance or significance. It would almost be worth it to do just a queen trade proposition because of the simple fact that you would close off the diagonal like that still. So even if you choose not to do it, you're going to give up the diagonal anyway. So let's do it here. So now whatever attack you would have been potentially doing is completely out the window at least. So now you have you could try to go on the other side now here. Nothing they're doing is like really that threatening that I can tell so far. What you can do is sit it up here, try to hit there. If they raise this, it's not really doing a whole lot. Like now I'm not worried about this either, so I could try to open this. They come back to here again, okay. Now, even though I think the knight is quite valuable here, it's the simple fact that if you really want to take with the bishop, go ahead and do it. I would take, they would take, I would take, so they have to cover that as well. And if they cover it with their naturally that you might do, I could very easily take that. So you're creating like these impossible situations now to deal with. Right, because the only way you can seemingly cover this again is with the rook itself. So see, this is one of those streaming snipe moments. You can do what I'm telling you to do, but you know what I mean? Like, there's nothing you can really do about it. Why do I like the knight so much in this game? I don't really give a shit, though. I'll do it anyway. Or you know what? It might lead to some problem, though, because this at least forces and compels the trade in a very direct way. In the sense that they would take, I would take... Or I guess it still does it, which is kind of uncanny. That, again, the knight always fucks something up. And now if I keep doing this, I could end up losing... I don't know. You go here, and then you obviously can't even attack it with that one. And so... I just wanted to get trapped here behind enemy lines like what we've been seeing, but... all these temptation moves are always deceptive, though, obviously. So you have the ability to... Oh, that's a good one. And they could take it here and now if they really want to. And otherwise, I could just block it, and then they would take, I would take, and then they can't take, potentially giving them pass pawn, but doesn't have to. So I'm actually revering and valuing the knight over the bishop here in the sense that this position looks so close that, you know, it's actually fine. Now, this is 100% draw that you could get 100 times out of 100. The fact that I'm plus one pawn doesn't actually matter to me at all. So they could try to double attack this there. And other than that, I'm not seeing a whole lot that you can really do here. So I could try to... They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. Yeah, you should really just accept the fact that it's going to be a draw. Even though I'd like to flag them, even though I'd like to something, they would take. Very cute. Very, very cute. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. So it's going to come down maybe now to the kings or something. Or frankly, it's going to come down to a draw or to speed. So if you play as perfectly as we do at a mere 1600 rating, you have to avert the fact that it's going to be a draw. So there's something with the pawns here that you could do, but see how this V structure works so well for me. Go here, I can take... I don't know. Like, I'll try to create something here, but then it'll end up not really working out for me. Right, like I'm going to go against my better judgment in doing this. Like, there's no reason to do that. I could just keep moving back and forth. This is a big question, actually, whether you take with the king or the thing. Now, if I try to go for this, it doesn't actually work, because what you can do is, if I was to actually have taken it, it'd be a problem, because you would have had to lose that. They would take, I would take... Right, because you have this stupid ass thing that you can potentially do still. So... Really nothing you can do. There, take... There, take... It's a very repetitious drawish position. Even what I did on the king side here is one of those restless things. Like, I don't want to see it be a draw, but it is a draw, so fuck it. So now what you can do is you can't even really take that, or I could take it like this as if for free, but then, and make it a pass pawn. But the problem is that you'd be giving up something here in the process, and so now they would take, I would take, they would still take. I'm gonna say that it's worth it because of how much damage we can wreak on the other side, but because I am taking this back, so it's not like... But it messes up the whole structure too. So I'm banking on the fact that this will lead to a win, even though it objectively shouldn't, because it is a draw anyway. But like, really though, we won multiple pawns for it, and now we have a pass pawn on this side. So can you really do this? Or... And now we could win another pawn, another pawn. Like, you're not gonna have any pawns left to even fucking promote, even if you try to do this shit. Right, you go ahead, you take here. You'd have this one only. And I find it hard to believe that you'd actually be able to do anything with it. But you have to be a little more precise, I guess, here than what I'm doing. And so we have to figure a way to put the pressure. See, the fact that I have these extra pawns is cute, but is it actually going to come into play? And the answer is It very well might not. I think I get too lazy here where I stop thinking about stuff really deeply enough, but maybe it's partly the timing of it too. I'd be more than satisfied. Like, what you should think about doing is you would do it in such a way that you want to try to take this in exchange, right? Like, I can't. I don't know why I'm even doing it like that. So if you give the check, then I can try to take that. You shouldn't try to promote this one though. That's my whole fucking point. Like, hmm, fuck you. Okay, okay. Oh, because I can promote these. Like, I have so much to work with that it doesn't fucking matter. They would take, I would take, or they could have actually just done it then, because then they would have beaten me in the race. I'm so confused by what's happening, but okay. I can just give a bunch of spam checks, whatever they want to do, they can do it. Hmm. You give a check, I can easily take. We gotta try to march this shit up there. So we have 2 pass pawns. They have nothing. They have literally fucking nothing. Now you have to calculate like an endgame master anaconda chess personality type. Now what you can try to do is to bring this shit around, like bring the king around. If you go there, it's fine. You want to bring the king almost up if you can. So now you can go around. This seems like a reasonable move to make here. There you go. That's a mate, even without having to promote. So that's the whole bait. Like, promoting a pawn is so difficult in the game of chess that you'd rather just do a fucking mate instead. So how about that? Even as stupid as that seems, like that was actually baffling with the other side though. Like, I was like, you're gonna see like an alligator set the valuation because it's so stupid. I know that I'm drawing, but then I somehow turn it into a win, so I can't really say anything. Like, you shouldn't play like that, but it worked. It's one of those kind of moments. Like, objectively, I played it wrong. You should not have done that, and I probably made a mistake here. But no, I was sort of almost trying to hang on to the knight. So I guarantee you I make a mistake here. I guarantee it. But I do it anyway, and it works. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, those were all losing potential moves. Now, this maybe is a... No, it's still a draw, though. It's still a draw. Like, even here, do I play it kind of right? Probably not. I like these positions that I create, though. You know, it's okay to blunder in chess. Just be winning by... Oh, fuck. Just be winning by enough to, fuck you. Be winning by enough where the blunder is like a winning blunder, the way I say, like, it doesn't actually hurt you at all. And so it allows you to basically... it allows you to basically... Whatever, like, that was meant to be a draw as well. What? How is it an abortion time? We already did it. 19 seconds to play the first move, but I just did it. The stupid ass laggy piece of shit internet here. So now you have come on, bro. So we'll just play like we've been doing. I've been winning with these pretty ugly sets though. Like the last set I won a couple in a row too. And it was like very irritating. I don't even know what it was supposed to be exactly. But moving the queen like that so early is typically not a good thing to do, I will say. You bring the Darkstar Bishop out. You should easily be able to castle. They're like maybe one move behind. This is kind of an awkward move to have to make. But it's not as awkward now, because even if I was to take with the bishop, it doesn't open the king because the queen can take back. Yeah, the point is, even if I win every game, it still takes fucking forever to actually do this shit. I'm just worried that that'll fuck up some other game that I try to do here. Right, like... I don't know why it's doing that. It can't be something with the site, because it wouldn't be happening for this long, then. Right, like if they were having some maintenance issue or whatever. It is a free site, I guess, but still, it's usually not a problem. So if you go to here, I actually get trapped. I love all this cheeky stuff in the opening. Like, you really think this shit is gonna work, and to some extent it does. Like, even against Super Grandmasters, that 9-move resignation by Alireza. That makes you fighting against the lag switch that we have going on here because it's just completely broken. So here you could try to take there even if I do castle, otherwise you'll take there. But that creates quite a predicament here. And I don't know exactly what to do about it because of the simple fact that I could almost just come back if you really want to be like that. Right, I don't want to mess up the castle, but I have no other way of really dealing with this. I could just give up the castle and do it like that. Shouldn't these two be a reverse too? The king is pink, and the queen is like dark blue or whatever. So this is still the V-shaped structure that I typically would look for. And so I'm not too happy about the way this is going because I apparently just can't move anything from there. So maybe I should at least set up to try to castle the other way. And of course, if they go here, I could just take it. Yeah, they're really rubbing it in my face that I can't castle. So I will actually castle queenside and it's fine. They go there. If I let them keep going, it's fine. If I take... If they take, I still take... They take, I could take with the knight. I don't think I want to fuck up my pawns here too much. Or I could take with anything. I could take with the queen. Okay, these kind of close positions are to my liking anyway. Now this Darkstar Bishop is in a real predicament. But what you have here is the simple ability that if you end Pizan, I can easily take. But... I don't know. That's still kind of cheeky because you get, well, the knight's there, but if you take, I take, then you take, but then I can still take. You'd hit it here, which could pose some problems. If I go here... Now they'd have to line up the Darkstar Bishop for that to be relevant, or I mean, I guess I still have to do that. Sometimes the queenside castling in the later stage of the game can be deceptive because they'll load up their attack and material on the king side to attack you, but then you'll bait and switch them, right, and pull the rug out and go queen side. So sometimes I would do that, and it would actually work against what seems like skilled attacking players, because it seems weird, but it's actually kind of cute because you get to kind of throw them off. So where is their actual thing here? If I go here, they can simply take. Now, they could take, I could take. That didn't really work the way I thought it would, but you want to go like this effectively. Now, you go to here, you give a check. I can move it, and then you can't do a whole lot with the queen itself. What you can do is you can wait it out. You can go here, and then if you take, I simply take, and we can sort of open up the ability. No, I guess I still can, though. Bring it to here. If you take, I can easily take back with a number of things there. And so I'll try to put a certain amount of pressure. Even if you do the stupid ass en passant, I can still deal with it just fine. So my bishops are not in the greatest spot. That's the one thing to take out of this game. Just the fact that you have you take with the knight, but I kind of thought the knight was doing something important there. This is an octopus knight as well. And so it's the simple fact that you're able to, if I take with, well, this pawn is sort of isolated. I don't know what the fuck this position is, actually. I could take with a number of things, so I could take with the pawn, which kind of clumps up the pawns here too much. I could take with the knight. This seems like a good central position for the knight. Even though my king is sort of exposed by doing this. You have knight, knight. You have all kind of forks and crazy shit you can probably do. You have the ability to... In a way, I could have just ignored that. No, they would have taken there, but... I could have ignored that and tried to take there, and I have no fear of doing that because now you're opening the attack to him. So now you have knight, knight, bishop, queen, bishop, rook. So this one bishop is very oddly placed. If they take there, I can take back, so it doesn't concern me too much. So the dark square bishop itself is what I have to question because it seems very oddly placed. Light square bishop itself is a little bit weird too. So now you would take, I would take, I could take with that too. For some reason I don't want to do that pawn take, even though it's not really attached to anything anyway. I'm putting a lot of pressure on the knight, so we've been able to march this all the way here just because, you know, we were able to bully the knight. So you would take, I would take, you would take, I would take. He's still not doing it though. You go there, I could easily take. You go any of these three squares, I could easily take, but then you'll reinforce to get it back. And then you still can't do anything with that. So I have to wonder what the point of this is. And so I'll keep marching this kind of with reckless abandon. I don't fully understand what we're doing here. So the king is not in the greatest spot for me here. And so even as much as I clown and make fun of queen, let's just see this because this isn't doing anything anyway. Gonna be some sort of crazy sack play I bet you can do here in the long term. If I go here, you have the ability to do what exactly? I still don't see what the queen or anybody's doing. You do have this covered as well by the bishop itself. And so now, maybe moving that in earlier would have been better. Like when this was open, just bring the bishop there, and then I can't push it out very easily. You bring the queen up to here, so now we can clearly see he's up to something. You give a check like from there. If you give the obvious check, you always got to look for something beyond just the obvious, but you bring the thing here. Was that just a mistake, or what happened? It makes it look like I'm up by a knight there, but it's the bishop that we just took. I don't get it. Now you double stack onto there, which doesn't change anything really. You could cover this again, or what? I don't see what that sack on the other side of the board had to do with anything, quite frankly. So if you go to here, you're double threatening. I want to just keep doing this, but you should almost just be satisfied with the amount of material that you have here and just go for it. You could take, I could take, so that's cute, but now how the fuck do I get my queen out there? And the answer is, I have no idea. It's a pretty convoluted position that we've had in a couple of these games, and it doesn't make it any easier to figure out when you have this stupid ass thing. You would think the knights could actually do something here, and I'd be surprised if they couldn't, but that is pretty legendary if this actually works the way I thought, bruh. Bruh. That is pretty fucking clutch. Look at that, dude. Look at that. Oh shit, I'm not even up by that much by doing it. Oh shit. Oh shit, dude. Look at the kind of shit you have to start doing though. This is getting kind of interesting. Look at that craziness. My rook is just sitting here chilling. See, that's always just satisfying. As much as I complain about draws or like that, if you can do that, I can accept, right? If you do that to me, it's not a huge sequence, but it's just like it's not too long of a sequence of moves. But even now, it's like such a crushing thing. Right, it just sort of breaks everything open. It's only +4 though, if you really think about it. So it's not that big of a deal, but yeah, now it's much worse than that. Oh no, I guess only still +5. Um, okay, let's maybe pull this back so they have the stupid ass knight. Oh shit, is it gonna be a time issue now? Damn it. Even as I'm getting cocky and saying, oh, I'm so happy about that sort of thing, it's like, you would think you'd get something out of a move like this because you're tagging all of them so well together. Um, hey, you should probably get something out of that. Oh, whoops. Okay, so time is really what's gonna do it for you here. Is that what it is? Okay, bro. Okay. Can I get this thing to fucking even move and get involved in the game? I kind of forgot it was even there. Well, I was kind of happy about the game for a second there, just like, oh, I did something kind of cool, but I guess it's just not. I don't know why I even did that. Because it comes down to time, no fun allowed. So fucking dumb, dude. Wow. Wow. That sends just like the wrong message about the fucking game, man. Like, come on. So fucking stupid. Don't play for a win because you'll flag and instead just go for a simple repetitious thing. Like, what the fuck is that? It's one of the few games I actually enjoyed, but then look at what happens. Like, why even bother doing it? You could apparently even do it here, but why? Like, they sort of jump the gun. There's like one or two accurate moves here that I sort of miss probably because that's like all I have to do. And the reason why is because, it's just so little time left and stuff. Okay, so here I'm going to look at the next clip that we'll use as our background. So we just lost the one with Mikami sitting on the toilet, which obviously the whole joke with that clip was just, yeah, if Mikami had to use the bathroom and he was distracted while the news report about Takeda happened, he would have been in the bathroom and he wouldn't have known, and then Light would have killed Takeda and everything would have been fine. So in other words, Mikami didn't have to do anything, right? Light accounted for everything, and so that sort of shows you even in defeat, he's sort of defeated in part because of his own brilliance, which shows you what a great character he is, which in some ways is why I don't mind the ending too much, because even though there are flaws with it and it feels unbelievable that a character like that would lose like that, it's almost like that is what Nier says. You didn't realize that Mikami made a mistake, basically a move on his own, and wrote Takeda's name because you had already done it. So in other words, you were so brilliant and you were so one step ahead the whole series that even when you lose, it's because you're one step ahead of your own ally who you didn't realize was dumb or would make that mistake because you already took care of it. So it's like, your mistake is that you don't dumb yourself down to his level to realize, oh shit, he's not me, so he underestimates me as well. So it's still a validation of his absolute greatness and genius. So I actually love that even when you go out like, wow, you were still the smartest person on the planet. It's just that, it just didn't go your way, right? So you still don't feel like he was really beaten. Certainly not by one person. So here, this one is going to be my best in-character RP quote from The Witcher is the name of the clip. So the thumbnail is nothing really special. It has Jack Nicholson in the top right because the quote that I say here in the context of the story of The Witcher is like, let me try to remember it and then I'll obviously play it. Like, some old woman NPC is talking about like some story, right? And she's kind of rambling on about some monster or some whatever, right? Some enemy in the world. And the way she's saying it is kind of pissing off Geralt because he's like, well, you're just saying it like it's gossip or you're exaggerating or just making shit up, right? But the way that I interpreted it, and I came back with like a very Jack Nicholson, A Few Good Men-esque quote, which was like, he says like, oh, for you, it's just a story to tell at a party, right? For me, we actually have to go out there and risk our lives, right? Something like that. He's making fun of Tom Cruise's character as being a military lawyer or whatever, right? So for you, it's just a talking point. You just do, you serve the country just in pretense, but you're in a cushy courtroom the whole time. Whereas them, no, we serve the country, but we're actually going and risking our lives and stuff like that. That's the essence of what he's saying. So here it's like, Geralt's getting upset because he's like, oh, you're just gossiping about it. It sounds like you're making stuff up, because he's asking like for real advice. Like, how do I can't remember the name of some of these monsters, but it's like he's asking because he wants to find out more details about it that could save his life or that could help him kill it or something like that. Whereas for her, oh, it's just like an old woman idly gossiping about it. Like, oh, it's just a funny little story, right? So that's basically what I say is something like, for you, it's just idle gossip to scare your children, etc., right? Or again, like to tell as a story at a party or something like that. But for me, it's actually a survival guide. For me, it's actually relevant to, it's like a real life or death kind of thing. Geralt was getting upset, like, because she was telling it as if it's not true. Like, here's just a legend about this drowner or this monster. Drowner, that was it. And Geralt's like, are you sure that doesn't sound true? Can you give me more details? And she's like, oh, I don't know. So it's like he could say, for you, this might just be a fairy tale. These might be stories to frighten your children and to occupy your idle minds. But for me, it's a matter of survival. We use it as a survival guide. You use it as entertainment. That kind of thing. That feels like it could fit with his whole attitude there. I don't really mention Jack Nicholson there, but that's kind of the essence of it, right? For you, it's just a story to tell at a party. For me, our life is actually on the line. So again, for Geralt as obviously the main character and a monster hunter, whatever, right? That they're as a Witcher, you are trying to probe for information that could mean the difference between life and death. Right, whereas they're just doing it like, oh, look at this cool story about some drowner that something happened, like. Yeah, there's Jack Nicholson's likeness there to just show that that's basically no, but that was actually a really good clip that didn't get too many views. The one that the RP quote that got a good amount of views was the I haven't done too much RP stuff, but I kind of do it organically in the course of playthroughs. But just as far as clips, the one for WoW where I'm like talking to my pet and I'm saying like, this. I can't remember exactly. In this world, anyone can simply survive, but you were never truly alive unless you look death right in the eye. As a hunter, we may use tricks and traps. We may even play dead, but we never hide from the challenge of a hunt. Like, why in a permadeath run? Meaning in real life, because life is permadeath, like you're playing as a character. Why? So that's the inherent immersion element. Like, you know, it's very immersive to play permadeath runs because that's how it would be as if you were real life. If you die once, it's over. So it's like, if you why are you taking all these risks even in a permadeath run, or again even in real life? But it's like, what's the point in living if you're just going to be a coward and do it like that? You have to make it count. So here we like go over one little tick, I guess, or I'll go like 3 ticks. I can't really tell what it's doing. It's changing the hue a little bit, but I feel like most of these end up being pretty much the same. The boards are all kind of fucked up and ruined. I really miss being able to play that checkers board. Was so cool. That was my favorite aesthetic combination of these ever. It was the chess 24 pieces, which I know it's a dead site, whatever, but that piece set is beautiful, which I can still use that. And we might be getting to it soon because we've almost gone back to the end of this. But and that with the checkers board, it was like a red and black, it just looks so beautiful together, but now I'll never be able to see it again. So the VVVVV one was fucking stupid. This one looks kind of cool. I mean, anything that's just like a normal set. So I'll go until I lose one, actually. I only have one of those pieces of art prepared. This is kind of a fun excuse to react to some of my own clips, though. Some of which, are maybe a little underrated. Some of the art is kind of cool. We get to show off, even though this one's just basically a screenshot from the game. Right? That's nothing special. But just the whole vibe of Jack Nicholson. So yeah, that hunter quote people seem to like more than anything else. I've had a very hard time with that. Like, my YouTube's actually done pretty well. Like, I have 300 subscribers, whatever, so I'm pretty happy with it. But it's like, I'm not very good at judging what something I think, oh, that's really good, that's going to get a lot of views, doesn't. And then something that I think, oh, that's just stupid, but I'll just do it anyway. Right, I'll just upload it anyway. And then it gets a lot. So I'm very bad at judging that because it's always stupid. Like, oh, if you mention the hawk to a girl, your video got 1,000 views or something, like just dumb stuff like that. You have to be whatever, something in the moment. Yeah, only go till I lose one. And so we got to go on a crazy streak and get to 17, and then I have to do my little debate thing that I was doing in the Ace Attorney Online. I may as well do, because this is the second day of the throwback. I don't know how long I'm going to do this throwback format for. But I keep doing stuff that I haven't played in years. So we did the background, we did the board, we did this. So let's go ahead and start. Yeah, this is a good way to give a little more flavor to the arts instead of just simply using them. Okay. This lag is going to be what triggers me a little bit too, but like, it made the sound like the game started, but I guess it just didn't. What the fuck? 11 seconds to play the move. Most people would quit out by then, even. I would take, they would take, I would take. Let's see how the knight is immediately a liability that I just can't stand. At least now you can put it there too. So you do that to acquiesce in multiple ways. Oh, here I would take. I like this set a lot, actually, even though it's very simple. Maybe anything just seems like a relief after that stupid ass VVV set, which I don't have anything against that game, but I should do a permadeath run of that. But that's one of those kind of like bullshit meme troll type games that is just like made to be super hard anyway. I gotta take this super seriously. Like, I'm sick of this shit. Let's just get to 1700 and then I'll do my debate thing. Like, I'm not fucking around anymore. You try to have fun, you try to do something interesting. It's just not an interesting game. And if you play like that, that's your first mistake. Well, I have no choice but to take, because then you actually will trap it. They would take, I would take. I don't see the point of that. You obviously take with the queen. I don't know why that's such a hard thing to... What? Or it didn't register, I guess. So it seems cute, but you would have only been able to take one or the other, kind of. So you can go here, and everything's good with that. They would take, I would still take. They seal off the structure perfectly fine. Now here, if they take, I simply take with the knight itself. This is adequately covered, more than adequately covered. So there's something cheeky that could happen with this if you somehow, okay. So they're playing a locked pawn sort of closed structure that is very much to my liking, which is weird given how much I hate knights, but that's something like you're not really thinking about that. You're just thinking about the inherent value of the piece, but then again, I'm a bit of a clown with how it's not like I use any piece really perfectly, so it's not a good measure to say, well, this piece's value is such and such. Right? It doesn't matter because it's like I'm not good at using any piece, so it's not fair to say that, oh, you just have to learn the knight, but I don't have to learn the rook or anything else to be able to simply use it. Not saying use it perfectly at an absolute level, just to be able to use it, period. Right. Reasonably effectively. Okay, that's good. I can almost guarantee they won't see this shit here. Look, no offense to any of these people, but who do you really think you're playing against? Like, I try not to be too arrogant, but like, this is completely fucking stupid. You people are clowns. I'm way better than you. I'm just gonna show it now. I'm getting sick of it. Like, I really just beat around the bush too much. My stupid ass internet is fucking up too in this. If you hit that, I'm not too happy about it, and so what I have to do is, hmm. What's stupid about that is you couldn't have done that if I went back. But see, you don't want to take like this because then it's awkward. Or maybe you do, but right, these awkward pawns. This is such a beautiful, perfect structure that you don't want to fuck around with it too much. You go to here. You go to here. If you take, that's also an awkward structure. I'll just do it anyway. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing with these pawns anyway, so I couldn't really tell you. Yeah, see that even as I say, I don't want to fuck around. That's exactly what I'm doing. Like, what do you think is gonna happen with they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. So if they take, I'm quite happy with it. If they don't take, it's also okay. Right? You can open up something going down in there. I had like a good sort of fake fork moment there with respect to the that one should be pretty hard to cover. I guess not that hard. You go to here, everything is perfectly fine. So now you create a double stack on an open file. Pretty basic chess concepts here. Even if he comes in, I don't really care. Take. Now the open file is mine, which you could just do it all over again. I don't see why that would be bad. Even as much as I maybe should value the open file there. Now, how would I get there? Because that would be a really good spot to go to. But I don't think I really can. So now, really, you got to just start beating up the pawns. Because, see, they have only one really good active piece right now, which is the bishop. And I'm already playing around it like a brilliant player that I am, like as if I thought of that. Like, oh, I knew it would get to this kind of end game. So I wouldn't really want to do that. Right? If you trade the knights, it's going to be pretty stale. So what if there's nothing else I can really do. That's the problem. Would you really do it though? You almost have to do it. Now you don't really have much mobility with this, and so what you can basically do is nothing at all. You basically can do fuck all nothing in the game. You can't even come through. You can't do anything. So now you'd have to wonder, like, can I get my king in there and through there? And the answer is I really can't, because another exciting drawn position, but I almost don't accept it. But there's nothing you can do. Like, what the fuck, man? There's just no opening. Like, what am I supposed to flag you with 7 minutes left? How do these positions happen so often? Like, I'm not really trying to troll. It's so stupid. I mean, I guess I am the defensive minded where that might be relevant. There's got to be something you can do, some sort of pawn push that would somehow be transformative here. But there's just no opening. Like, you can't do anything about that ever, so why would it make any difference? You would need like multiple pawns to gotta be some fucking opening. I can't figure it out. You go here, they would take, and it doesn't let me. I so badly want to do something else, but fun and interactive, instructive game, dude. So fucking boring shit game. Okay, so +1 there, but I'm playing it the right way, and oh, we're gonna pad our accuracy. Like, why does that happen at 1600 rating, and why does it happen so often? Even if you say, oh, I'm playing a certain way, like, whatever, my way of playing works, so evidently I'm doing something right. That's the biggest lesson I can teach people with chess. If you want to be good at it, realize that it's just a boring game, and you have to accept all the draws and repetition and nonsense, and you'll do better. Like, and it was actually, that's one of the most even games I've ever seen. That is so minor. Nobody had any advantage at any. Wait, what? Huh. Those are like the most minor advantages we have all the way through. But again, we both played well. 94%, 95%. Like, what do you want me to do if we play that well? Right? And you'll say it's padded, but even if it wasn't padded, like in the rest of the game, right? Like, what do you want me to do in the game? Why am I getting all these shitty matchups? You normally get them in like classical, but is the site really that dead? Because the queue times are pretty fast. But why are you doing it like why am I getting 1500s? Because now even if I win, you're gonna waste my time because oh my god. Good thing I don't play faster formats anyway, but I don't know why the fuck it's like that either. I'm getting somehow throttled with my internet, but I don't know why. And only at this setup, and only, well, I won't say only when I'm playing chess. That's just what I happen to have been doing. See, now it fucks up because you get to, I don't know how to do this structure because, oh, this is kind of cute though. All I'd have to do is get the queen in there, which is virtually going to be impossible to do, but now this is such a crushing move because it's so, like, it's so crazy, dude. It's so nuts that you might be able to still do something with this, but it's nuts because I would take, they would take, I would take. Look at the implication of this move. Like, let's just try to understand. There's probably some dumb shit you can do, but you're posing multiple mating threats. Like, obviously this, but also if I just come, if I do that, but even if I just go there, right now it's also still gonna be a mate. So like, it's so good that I don't know how you couldn't do it. There's nothing you can do with that would be relevant. You can't do it, right? You just can't do it. So I won't care about it. What? Bruh. No wonder you're 1500. I guess at least that one went quickly. That was so obvious too. It's not like I was doing anything subtle or impressive. And the only reason why I don't take rematch offers, I should almost rematch offer them after that in an unranked game, but I don't want to do it because what do you call it, in a rated game, because then it feels like I'm cheating my own format or something. At least that one we got over quickly. Okay, just let's see what we got. 1642. Come on, I just want to get to 17 again badly, and I got one life to do it. I'm not going to do this all night. Actually, I might, but only if I win, so that's a good way to do it. That's what I was doing with Classical originally on here. I would play a session, but because of how time consuming it is too, if I lose until I lose a game. So if I lose, then I just stop. So I don't go on a bad streak and I don't waste too much time. I'm literally playing the King's Indian at some sort of monumental level, I guess, because somehow, you know, like, I don't know anything about it enough to play it well, but if you go here, it's fine. I shouldn't even use terms like that, though. Oh, like the name of the opening, as if I know. I don't know shit, dude. Nor do I want to, nor do I care. Because, again, that takes so much of the fun out of it when you realize that, oh, haha, it's like a fucking whatever. You know, some sort of try-hard, cheeky cheese bullshit. That you're, you know, again, if you study and you think you know what you're doing and you're trying to be all hot shit, that's fine, but it doesn't impress me. Okay, here they would take, I would take, they would. Oh no, they got too many takes. You gotta almost move this shit to here. There's no good follow up, so it ends up just sort of wasting time. I've been watching a lot of these court clips lately that I used to sometimes react to them. I did the Jodi Arias trial sort of infamously. That was actually a really good analysis that I gave of that. It wasn't live like when it was happening. It was much after that, but I like that one. So I was almost thinking, oh, I should react to that while I play chess or something, and listen to some, like the Daryl Brooks one is fucking hilarious, where he's just clowning around the whole time, subject matter jurisdiction, this and that. So this one you'd have to go back. And the reason why is because it's pointless to make this next move though, right? You shouldn't even bother doing it. Bro, all I want to do is this, so you're making it so fucking annoying. Bruh. You go, I go, I don't care. If you take, I take. If you take, I take. It's all good. Not even a big deal. It's not like I'm doing anything with that. Even now, I have far too many takes available on there. They take with the pawn, I take with the pawn. They take with the knight, I take with the knight. They take with the bishop, I take with the knight. They take again, I still take with the bishop, I take with the queen. Right, you have infinite takes. Now the problem that I've done here is sometimes you want to do this, right, to try to open in that direction, but the problem is that, I don't know, like you should probably do something with this to just accept the fact that, you know, you're going to realize that you may win a pawn, but also, like, what is the point of sitting on that? It might mess up my structure, but what am I doing with the structure? Nothing. So that would have been fine. We can just go for it too. And that was also relevant to, like, if I could have attacked that. Even now it's still free. I wasn't really thinking about it like for that purpose. I just thought it would be, you know, a good position to try to open something up. That's one of my big mistakes often. I'll push a pawn like super deep, but then I'll just keep going and then it's what the fuck? Then it's a mistake. But in this case, it's actually a whatever. This is cute, but no. Okay, now we gotta settle things down a little bit. You get like a little lead, and then you try to just don't get too overconfident. If you go here, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. I could do it, but it's not really worth it. Okay, how do we do this in a way that is actually a good, reasonable structure to have? And the answer is this pawn could be vulnerable somehow. You now start to play super passive, even though I wasn't playing super aggressive anyway, but it was just like, so if I go here, they would take, I would take, they would take. Okay, now it settles things down a bit, because what you can do is you can threaten to take the light square bishop itself, which would be a good trade. If they take with the dark square bishop, it's fine. But they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, easy enough. Or I could even take with the other knight itself. And so, okay, that's a good way to try to deny it, but we take the pawn as a result. But that's at least one of those compelled trade type moments where at least you pay a price for not trading. Right, so you kind of are forcing them to. Not that the act of doing it would have been that good, though. Right, it would have been perfectly fine. So I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. So you can go here, and now if you don't take, I might be going a little bit too far with this here. Because what I'm doing now is, in fact, I think I just blundered something too. If they had done that in like, yeah, see that was me going overboard. If they had done that in the right order, I think I would have fucked up. So I don't really know what to do here, but it should be okay. Let me actually look back at that. Not that I should distract myself, but if they had just like, if they had done this, no, but I would have had that. Never mind. But I didn't really think about it that deeply. Now this allows me to trade the king, or I mean the queen. So basically, I just win the game because I always win positions like that. Now the temptation become, this was like just a trade fiend fiesta kind of game. Just trade everything and get rewarded for it. If I do this, now you do this, which I don't like that positioning of the pawn, but I also don't like this positioning of the pawn, so I can't say what I'd like. This one you get obviously a good octopus knight. They don't even do it. We can just come back. These knights are in the vicinity, but they're not doing anything. Like, this is a cute little octopus knight position, and it allows you to do precisely nothing, really. You could take an open file. They only have the one rook. The modest +5 advantage. So everything that you do is of no real consequence to me now. And again, my biggest weakness is now just time. If I somehow get low on time, which thankfully I haven't, again, that's another incentive to trade. Not just to simplify the position, reduce calculation, so many different reasons to do it. But the reality is that it would allow you to again, it reduces the need for calculation, it reduces the number of pieces you can blunder, it reduces the number of threats your opponent can pose with their pieces, it reduces the amount of time you have to take for moves, right? It simplifies every aspect of your calculation, like just everything about it is just so much fucking easier. You give a cute little check here. You can't really do a whole lot about that. There's always a point where a knight actually does get trapped, but you just never see it because it's such a clown piece that you don't even care about it. But it's like, you'd be able to go here after he moves. And so that allows you to check and take a pawn, let's say. It's not a big deal, but you could go here, force a trade. See, this is where I end up making a mistake, though. Because even though I've traded so much, you really don't need to do it here. Everything's fine. Even there, you could still do that move, but you shouldn't. As much as I like trades, you shouldn't prioritize them over just making actually good moves or actually just winning a piece or whatever the fuck the case may be. That doesn't really do it for me. I'm putting myself almost at a little bit of risk by doing this because I keep like, I'm exposing myself to that. So if something goes wrong, right, it could actually fuck me up. You're attacking down to there, which doesn't actually matter a whole lot. Now, could I actually do it? Because no. A lot of back and forth stupid movement. And I don't see any real threat that they're actually posing here. Oh, I can't do anything with that still. A lot of just repetitious nonsense that's going on. Where are you forced to really go? I mean, it's not going to be good wherever you do go. You can easily take that, which I don't think that was really pertinent to anything. So now, can I do something like, what the fuck, man? Can't give a chunk with that. We can pin this shit down. Right, so you pin the knight down. You should easily be able to double attack it in a second here. This is where you got to just use your time and oh, what the fuck? And you got to double check everything, but I can't figure it out. So the knight is now uncovered, which doesn't even make a whole lot of sense, but okay. Yeah, you're gonna mate me with two knights here, apparently. You'll hit this here. You shouldn't fall for the temptation always of doing that. But in the worst case, you could just take with the actual thing. So now what do I do? If I go here, you could come here. And that is actually a mate. Or maybe it's a mate either way. If I go here, now you'll take. Like, what kind of wild shit are you up to, bro? They'll take with that, then I can move again. I don't know. I'm just doing it because of time, because of pure frustration. Like, I just don't care, man. These are the games that you end up losing. Like, it's just, I don't want to be a part of it kind of thing. Like, why even bother? It's just stupid. They're gonna somehow mate me now with a fucking knight. It's just dumb shit. Like, I'm obviously winning. Like, fuck off. Or you'll force a threefold repetition somehow. It's all part of his master plan. Or, then I just get lazy in some way too. That was a little surprising that they just let me do that. It didn't even seem like that bad of a position for them at that point. I was even getting tilted a little bit, but they kind of gave it back. But no, that's actually the trope that happens so much with me. I'll outplay them a lot in whatever the opening, middle game, etc. And then they'll start playing like gods later on. Like it could be because I sort of let up and I get overconfident or lazy. But it's like, how is the same guy who's down like -5 now all of a sudden outplaying me like crazy in the end game? Like what the fuck happens? I'm not insinuating that they suddenly turn on the engine or something, but like they turn on their brain at least. Like now they start trying because they're making an epic comeback. Like what the fuck happens? Like, oh yes, of course. You'd say, oh well, this is a basic knight, mate, ha ha. It's like the same guy who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing the whole game is suddenly doing this shit. Like, what the fuck is this, dude? It didn't entirely work, but I mean, it just puts the fear in your heart. Like, what the fuck am I playing against? All right, so we'll do it again. Jack Nicholson will be my lucky charm here. And my fucking abortion, which isn't even my fault. Bro. How you moving so fast? Bro is literally pre-moving the opening. Or I saw this clip of Hikaru like playing with his mouse at a tournament, like he's testing to see whether it's really. Imagine that being a thing, dude. That's taking the nerdiness to another level. When you're gonna become an expert clicker to play chess and like sort of show off. Like what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Speed is fucking not important. It's really important only for showing off, but. This is kind of cute out of the opening. I will admit this is something that I wouldn't normally do. Like this is like a borrowed knowledge. Oh, how did you know I was even gonna do that? Like how is this guy so fast? His brain is a fucking computer. Like bro, I'm not even sure myself. I love that. I'm not even sure myself of what I'm doing, but they know. They somehow know better than me because of course, like that's just how openings and everything is so preconceived notion. So you 1669, and so that allows you to basically, you can easily take there. You could take there, which I don't want to allow that to happen, but this is simply, oh no, I can't even do that yet. So let's just save this. Everything's good, comfortable with this position. I don't mind it. This diagonal is closed off. This diagonal is pretty closed off. So both the Leicester bishops are not really too good here for now. And then you get this. Of course, it must be all part of his master plan somehow, even though I couldn't explain how. Bro is doing the right thing though. He's playing supersonic fucking speed, making his moves before even I know what move I just made. But like, oh yes, it doesn't come at a price. Like, chill the fuck out, dude. It's a rapid game. It's a 10-minute game. All right, so here what you can do is you can try to see you're at least threatening that to discourage the castle if he tries to do it in such a way that this is open, everything's good. So now I should take it a little easy. I love that. Like that's my tendency. You try really hard at the beginning, get a lead, and then you stop trying, and then you struggle, and then it's like, what the fuck? So I don't know how to move the knight here. Like there's no path that the knight has. Like what would a GM do with the knight right now? And honestly, they probably wouldn't even know what to do with it. Or it'd be some super long-winded dog shit. Alright, so you give up effectively the desire to castle there at all. And the one thing that is kind of in question is this stupid ass thing. The rooks not being connected on the thing. This is an issue. Wouldn't be covered. That knight move is kind of pointless. This is one of those bait play time. Oh, no, but I can take with the thing. Oh, but if I do that, then I can't. Ugh, I don't know. I don't know. Fuck, everything is just like little ugly, disorganized. You could do this cute thing because then, oh no, okay, we get it, dude, we get it. You take, I take, you take, I still take. And so what you have now is the ability to try to push against the queen side. But see, even him doing this doesn't make me feel too scared, but maybe it should. Like, oh, he queenside castle, so he's playing aggressive. Like, is that really going to come into play, though? Here, they could sort of undouble, but I could also double take, couldn't I? So, like, what's the problem? I seemingly can double take. I don't see anything that opens up. Like, sure, the diagonal is open, but I'm just going to have to seal that shit off, I guess. Yeah, I don't like where my rook is here, but I don't have much of a choice in the matter. So what you can do now is you can basically try to... He's double stacking onto there, which is perfectly fine. Bro. It's the speed. How are you so fast? How did you know I was going to do that? Like, who is this guy? I mean, sometimes I'm making fun of him. Oh, he's moving too fast, but it's not the move. It's the fact that the speed of the move is what I'm surprised by. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing with it now, though, since I better just bring this back. So I'm not really attacking much at all now. They're double pushing this, double covering this, which I don't... Okay, dude. Okay, fuck. God damn it. See, this is what happens when I try to attack too much. It'll eventually fuck up. You have the light square. Oh, yeah. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. You think you actually get back on... Yeah. Back on level playing field because I'm not paying attention or something. That is deserved. Like, oh, I make a mistake. Low-rated players make mistakes. So, like, they can make them too. I'm not the only one who could make a mistake. These people just don't get it. Like, they're wasting time. They're just wasting my time, their time, everybody's time. It's just not worth it. That's the whole purpose of chess, it seems like, right? Just waste everyone's time. I have a fucking debate format to do. I have shit to do. And they want to fucking hold me up. Perk Defense. One of my viewers really liked that. Like the Andre, I think it was. I haven't seen him in a while. My schedule was so weird that I attracted people sometimes from different time zones. Like I would do it in the... I guess I would do it over such long periods of time, but like in the morning and the day and stuff. So it would be like whatever. It'd be totally, 12-hour difference for them. So it would somehow work for them. Like if I stream in the morning, it's night for them, so they watch whatever when they get home from school or something. 1738. Yeah, that's really the PvZ Heroes community right there. They're fucking average age school kid, which again, I can't blame you. It's a good game, but just a little unfinished, little rough, little fucking clown mobile exclusive element. I mean, hey, if you want to commit gaming suicide for your as a developer, you should make your game mobile exclusive. It's the best idea ever, right? Like, what kind of a clown shit is that? Why would you ever in your life do that? I mean, this is still cute, but it's like, I don't... This is where the knight just shows its own futility. Like, the act of doing that did nothing, right? You did nothing with that move besides wasting a move and giving me free pawn development because it's a useless piece. It's a garbage piece that does nothing in the game. And obviously, being a 1738 provisional, you don't understand that concept yet. Now it could serve to only double stack the pawn, but I'll do it at my own leisure. Because, okay. Technically, that's not the correct move there because you would, even though. Oh no, I guess it wouldn't have double stacked the pawn because. Fuck. I don't know. Do I dare? Do I dare to do it? Because I'm feeling brazen. I'm gonna lose this game. I'm gonna lose this game, bruh. It's no use because they'll just. You won't really be able to do it, right? Because the other knight is in the way. And like, what am I even getting out of it? So it's cute, but I don't want to be too cute right now. You could take here, which I guess even that's adequate restitution, right? If I just take here and then I take, you win the pawn. So how could I protest that? What? Well, either way, I get it, but that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So, yeah, their development is pretty bad. I don't know what the fuck is going on in this game. This is still adequately covered. You make a weird move like this, but I don't like that as far as the pawn structure itself. You have the ability to go back. You really want it to end up here, which for some reason is just a very common thing that I do. Also very unintuitive and not something I would have normally done. But yeah, like try to explain the psychology of that. The knight is a good normal piece that's easy to understand. Also, put it here. Like, what the fuck? What does that mean? Put it there. Like, why would you want to do that? Why is that a valid thing to do? Okay, I don't know what this pawn structure is going to be. I have no idea. I don't want to move it from there, but it's like they would take. I would take. It's very strange because there's not going to be really a good anchor for it, or you're going to have too many anchors then. So now, right? So you got to cover this. It's not really that big of a commitment, actually. It seems fine. Let's just not get overconfident here a little bit. Okay, doing that doesn't bother me much. I need the Darkster Bishop to be more active here. That's really my piece that's doing nothing. So this is an okay structure. Their development is still really bad. So I can go like this and also open up the ability to do the put the knight there. So you're hitting that. What did that do? What did it do? Simple, easy pawn. Yes, yes. You're gonna mate me with that. Who would have ever guessed? What a creative, ingenious idea. Like, okay. Now, is a temptation to do something else here. You have I don't see the harm in doing this actually. No, you try to go there, but you can't even do it because of the knight. And even if you could do it, you still can't mate because of the knight. That allows you to simply double stack. So I'm not entirely too happy about that, but I don't know what this is doing. Like, oh, if you secure it with that though, that could be good. Yeah, you can't really do a whole lot about this knight, so you're just gonna have to wait it out. Or I guess you'll do it with that. Go to here, like what do I really do? I could take it with this, which opens up the perfect impetus for you to come here, which allows you to like this is the natural move, but the problem is that you go there and then I don't have a really good answer for it. And so this knight is a little bit in a weird spot. Even as much as I was making fun of that whole thing, I don't know. You could go here, I guess. You would cut off the head of the snake, so to speak. You could put this in here even still too. You could go here. Still doesn't change what this move is ultimately gonna do, so I'm just like one step late with the queen or something. What if I go here ahead of time? Then you'll make the threat. No, that's a very cute thing. I am struggling with this position a little bit. It doesn't seem all that bad, but if I go here and then I go like there, they'll take. But I guess the assumption is they won't do that. So if I go here, they go here, right? Then if I go back, they go here. I take. Fuck off with this position. What is this? And once again, it comes down to the knight. It just being so annoying in general. And so now badly, desperately want to trade off the queen, I suppose. But I spent 4 minutes thinking about that move, and this is the respect you give me, dude? Bro. It was a good threat, though. It was a much more credible threat, actually, than what I thought it was going to be. Right, that was actually and we actually do it very much the same way with the Dark Star Bishop itself. This is the way I should play. I get sort of mad, I get sort of tilted and salty, right? But it's like, you know what it reminds me of a little bit, like with Frieza, how he acts. Although I haven't really seen Super, but that's kind of what he was saying. Like, oh, I could have been way stronger, but I was always so lazy. Like, why should I even have to lift a finger, sort of a thing. I have that Frieza sort of mentality that, like, I could play better. And again, I hate this, but no, why should I have to at a mere 1700 inflated rating or something like that? Like, I don't know. It's not a good way to think, but there is like playing up or down to competition level stuff. So they were never winning at any particular point, but they just blunder their queen there amidst all that. And again, remember, when you do that, they do it too. Like, you know, I'm thinking for 4 minutes, so what are they doing for that long? Like, they could easily. Whatever. Peter Shaw with the question mark, 2500 rated. Again, oh wow, he got to 2500 over 1,000 games, like over 2,000 games. Like, what are the chances that's actually the way it works? It's obviously just. I hate this whole bullet culture. It's just not a good. It's just not a good look for the game. It's not how the game actually works either. I'd be the same person to complain about draws, but that again, that's just how the game works. It's like, let's subvert draws in a turn-based game by trying to make it real time and make it like an athletic endeavor to see who can move the wooden pieces on the board faster. Like, unironically, that's what these faster formats are. Bro, you picked the wrong day to play against me in this game. Any other day, I'd accept it, but you gotta watch the little pin here. They come down to there. Go back to here if you have to. Go ahead, castle. Bring the bishop. I actually feel inclined very much not to trade, even though I typically would want to. For some reason, I don't want to here. I'd be happy if they do it. Otherwise, you know, I have a bishop pair. Everything's comfortable. As much as I revere the bishops, I don't often create this position, or you kind of have to go with the flow of the game, though. You don't know how it's going to turn out. Like, not every game is going to have an optimal ideal bishop pair. Even this isn't optimal, but it's at least it's at least understandable that this could be good. They could take with something there, that's fine. And so now they have no choice but to take with the pawn and double stack in a way that's least a little bit awkward. And so that I do enjoy, and so therefore you try to trade off the other stupid ass knight, just get rid of it. And so what you can do is, I could have actually won that too, and I didn't have the presence of mind to actually do it, but we're attacking that too. So which one do you really try to cover? You could try to threaten something. Damn it. I feel like I kind of give away my thing too. You'd want to open this at all costs, but I guess it's just not the time to do it. Bembis 1697 buying for 1700 rating himself. Now the question is, do I push or do I? Well, I guess you can push, but not yet. So you're already hitting this, double hitting this, so you have to just grab another cover into here. And if you can do that, then the one thing that's not really very useful is the light square bishop itself. And the reason why is because, like, do I really do this now? And the answer is I probably do, even though it seems dumb. This is a, you know, lower rated player's attempt to attack. Like, is this really what you're supposed to fucking do right now? So you go ahead and you do this. And I'm just paying no mind to what they're doing. Like, I just don't care. I'll just go super hyper aggressive and just, I don't even give a shit kind of mindset. So we'll try to trade it off to here, because mine isn't really doing very much now anyway. Covering that anyway. He acts like I actually know what I'm doing with my attack when I honestly have no idea. So can I just do this or what, bro? The dark square bishop can come into here a little bit. Other than that, I'm not too sure exactly what I'm doing here. I got maybe a little bit overzealous here with the pawn structure. Like, I thought I was doing something, but I'm really not doing anything at all. So you got to worry about this a little bit. This isn't covered. I guess I'd be fine with that. Like, even though my diagonal is clearly much better. No, it's too perfect of a diagonal though. Like, why would I ever want to do that? Right, like these pawns are so perfectly situated to do that shit that I can't help it. Okay, I'm fine with that though. Alright, a good player wouldn't do it, but this diagonal is still really strong though. Okay, so can I just... Can I just like try to trade this shit off or what? You go to there, I could still double take it. So let me try this. Or wait. Fuck, I can't even do that. You could sit it here if you were really worried about it too. Be a lot of back and forth movement. This pawn is actually kind of annoying. That's the one thing I can't deal with, because if you go here, then you lose the cover on that. So that's one thing you'll notice. My time is always lower, but my position or my material is always better. So it's almost like the two have something to do with each other. But you know, anybody else can do that too. If they raise, I can easily take. You can't even really do anything with that. I don't actually understand what to do with this position. So if I go here, you'll take that, and there's nothing I can seemingly do about it. I don't. I'm gonna make a bad move now because I just don't know what the fuck I'm doing with this. This pawn is so annoying to cover that it's just like I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. Like, I just want to get rid of this so fucking badly. Okay, thank you, thank God. Now you're going to try to do that, but it still doesn't stop me from doing this, although it probably will compel the trade at some point here. Like, you can keep going back and forth or something. So what you can do now is you can try to maybe double stack this. All it's going to do is force me to trade it, which is not really that big of a deal, right? And even then, I still... this bishop is not going to fucking go down, dude. This is not going to happen, bro. What do you think this is, dude? This is the greatest bishop in fucking history. Even though now I don't know exactly what it's doing over there. But their bishop hasn't been very good the whole game anyway. So that's one of the rare instances where it's the same color bishop. Somehow my pawns were blocking his diagonal, but they're not blocking mine in a perfect symmetrical kind of way. You can maybe get a passed pawn out of this next sequence here. The dark square bishop is in question, though, as far as what the fuck it's actually doing. Because if you take, I could double take, but it's not actually a meaningful double take. If you end Pizant, I could take. If you take, I can't take. I can't actually even do that. Fuck. It's like, it's just kind of repetitive a little bit right now. I mean, I could still do it. Like, okay, well, but there's no need to do it then. I go to here. I'm trying to get like a pass pawn out of it. If they take, I could only single take. If they take with the rooks, I could double take. For example, now I could do it, right? And the reason why is because if they take, I could double take because they can't do that. And if not, then I get a passed pawn. And so that's exactly what I was talking about a minute ago, where, you know, I get to do the little slip for a passed pawn. It doesn't mean that I'll be able to really protect it, though. This is where the dark square bishop would be useful, but I don't think it's going to really happen. Why don't I just ignore everything and say, create the double stack there for sure. But they're going to be able to attack it, so I have to keep it on a light square with the double stack attached, and it's going to take like a century to actually do this still. Right, because what you can do is if you go here, I can simply take it. Right, so that's not a concern. So now can this come out? And the answer is they're doing a pretty good job actually of playing around the darks for bishop. Now I'm not too happy with the way it's going. They go to here, they go to here, go to here. Doesn't really do anything. Or I don't know, I don't know. Fuck. Okay, I'm actually out of moves, so I guess they can't take it. And the reason why they would take, and so I could take it with the. It could be a horrible idea, actually. I hung on to my or darks for bishop maybe a bit too long. So you wouldn't want to move that. Let's see. Ah. I should maybe do some exchanges now because I can maybe engage my bishop then as a result. This is okay, I guess. Okay, that's fine. So now the dark. You know what? I can't imagine this not being fine. You can't really do anything. Surely you can't do anything. You gotta go out. Don't get hit by the thing. It should be in very drawish material anyway, but I should be happy, I guess, to take a draw here. No, 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 no. Um. I can't really explain what just happened there. I genuinely can't, but you would imagine that. You'd imagine that this still shouldn't be that big of a. Oh. All right, all right. I mean, when I'm deliberately trying to throw, it's a hard thing to explain. So fucking undeserved, man. So fucking undeserved. All right. Another one of those. It could have easily been a draw. Maybe I was a little bit worried about time there, but all right, I'm done. I'm done. It's a hard philosophy to get around. Why play for a win when you can get a draw 100% of the time? It's very, very difficult to explain that. Why would you ever do it then? I could never lose a game of chess if I wanted to within 500 rating of somebody, but that's just not fun. So, like, why would I want to do it? But, like, so many things that I know, even as I'm doing them, I'm saying, like, I don't need to do that. It doesn't matter. So, that one was at least not that hard to figure out if you said that my pawns were on the dark square, so it would have been easy to see that that could have been at a disadvantage for me to let it get to that point. I didn't have to trade the other rook. I don't have to trade anything most of the time. I just do it because I'm a clown like that. Right, where I feel that least we got a little closer, but I guess that's good enough. I said I'd go till I lose one. I'm always in these kind of positions, and I just can't figure out what the fuck you're meant to do anyway. That's a blunder. It's a blunder to take back. Random movement of the king. You're losing here, which is very unclear why you are. This is a very drawish kind of position that shouldn't really do anything. So what you do here is you just leave it as sort of a bait where you now this one you do take. I guess you're just losing by so much anyway that this is like a nuanced. Okay, dude. I don't feel like that even happened in the game. This is a bug. Did he really do that? I feel like he didn't. Okay, even when you do that, even when you fuck up, and then my background appears too, as soon as that happens. That was my only chance. What the fuck? Did he make a mistake maybe here? How? You go here and then what would be the thing? Like, okay, go here. But why do you have to even do that? What? Why do you have to sack it? Why couldn't you go like that? Because you're so close to promoting, I guess. The fuck is going on? What is this? I mean, just study endgames, but I like how the opportunities were still there for me. We had a generally good productive session here, but you know, we went from like 1650 to 1670. You just gotta have infinite time to try to do this, and of course, my internet is not cooperating either. Fuck. Hurry up, I just want to see the record overall. We won every game, or we probably drew one, so I mean, 10 wins. 10 wins, oh, but that includes like a larger sample size. So 2 hours ago, so we start off with a draw. We go 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row, which is not a huge deal even. But if we do another session like that, we pretty much would almost get back to 17. And I wasn't just at 17, I was even at 1725. Okay, so because my internet here is so fucked up, I won't actually do the clip thing, but I got the thumbnail at least. So this clip was like The Witcher, whatever, like I lose basically the entire Witcher series to a dog by like it's the first playthrough permadeath of the first game. So because I died to some stupid dog in that first playthrough permadeath, I can no longer play the first game, at least for a certain period of time. But that also kills my ability to play the whole series. So I basically just put, you know, a logo for Witcher 2 and Witcher 3. Like I lose the entire trilogy because if I had beaten that, then I would have felt compelled at least at some point to have played the other two. But instead, I lose them all out together. So you're losing a whole trilogy of iconic classic games just because you died to some stupid ass dog, just because I'm too lazy to wait to like eat my food to potentially heal. So we are at basically the oh, don't do this. Don't do this. But it's just for the night. Oh, come on. The last hit should at least work just for ceremonious purposes. But yeah, we can do this one, I guess. So it'll be like a normal set, but it'll be Yeastkin Knights. So I can live with that because that one's not too bad. Let me just see if the other one works, though. Come on, this one should work. I think I've even used it before. I know it by the name. Let's see. We'll do that one, so we'll go again a little more. And this might be the last time I do this for a while because I'll be doing, in these extra sessions, I'll be doing PvZ because I'll have to do that, right? Whether it be starting tomorrow or whatever, that'll be like the final push, right? To try to do that as a little permadeath challenge, which I really don't think I'm going to have enough time for that either, but at least replacing these sort of sessions. So yeah, this will be actually the last one that we do. Then we have to go back up to the beginning set. like we'll go back to the alphabetical top of the list. So let's try to get to 17 here, obviously, as we were on a little bit of a good streak before. And of course, man, I'm so triggered by this. Like, I don't know why. Like, I can't explain why it would happen. They're 1800s, so you can't blame me for even aborting, but I'm not even trying to, and I have no control over it. It seems like the stream works fine. Maybe not even, but wow. Like, out of all the things that could potentially work against me, you're really gonna have that happen. Where, okay. That is so fucking... Even if there was some issue, you would think chess would be the least pertinent one, right, for that to be the case. Right, like, why should that be the issue that... doesn't really feel like they're playing like an 1800 though, because they're moving the queen too much in the opening, moving the same piece too much in the opening, but also moving the queen too much in the opening. So again, this set is pretty innocuous. I mean, the fact that it's like the fact that it's like that whatever the cutesy set that we have here is not really relevant, because it's only the fact of that you're basically able to this is a set on the site, right? The only thing that's different is this. So I argue we should change the one on the site because of the simple fact that we end up seeing this one too often if it just changes like a few ancillary pieces, but whatever. This is just like the default one that I've been doing. I can guarantee you a lot of these aren't really good moves. I'm baffled by how he's here. But I won't underestimate him, but his moves just don't seem very accurate for what level we're looking at. I'm more than happy to trade that. I don't think it gives him any sort of major positional advantage at all, aside from maybe opening up the diagonal, but if it does, then it opens up mine too, so I don't know. It seems alright. You take that, I simply take back, which doesn't bother me at all. If not, doesn't really open anything for me. You could have maybe gone there and you're... No, but it doesn't really matter. Everything's fine with this. What you have is a simple ability to look at it from a perspective that... everything else is pretty much situated, so I don't mind it. Even if you try to block that now, it's not going to have too much impact. So you have... You could take here only if the pawn was taking, but obviously it's not. Go back. He can be a little annoying with the pawns, though, for sure. I can't deny that. You could go here, but it's like a wild goose chase that you're doing, where you're giving them kind of too much freedom to just keep moving their pawns all the time. Go into here, they're kind of limited in scope to what they can do, and so I'm threatening there as well. Go to there. I guess that's It's moderately annoying though. Hmm. Right, when you can see they have an annoying move like that. I hate that so much. I don't know why the fuck is happening. I'm gonna get banned for some sort of lag switching type shit. I wouldn't have minded trying to do it the other way, like going there, but you can actually do it though. Now they're not obligated to take there, but you can still do it. Because of the simple fact that you can't mate them now, but it was still a good play. Now you can just back off. Gotta watch for any sort of trick plays that they may indeed have. And I'm not seeing exactly what they are, but they're at least playing on defense for now. So let's keep the threat intact. And the way that you can do that is if you just, keep this at bay. If you go here, it doesn't bother me too much. Go to here for now. I'm not really too worried about the position of that knight itself. I don't really want to even take it, but if I take, you take, you may take with the pawn itself. The light square bishop that's not really doing a whole lot for me here. And so you had so many good positions to work with. I could still just do it though. Even though I may be cutting on the dark square bishop too much. So now I'm getting lazy and just trying to do trades just for the sake of it. Not that I'm even up by any meaningful amount. I would have wanted to have done that, but now I somehow just can't do it. They would take, I would take, I don't know. Here's where I sort of fuck up a little bit, I feel like. That's kind of cute, I guess. So you attack the rook itself, you go in further. You're just not letting me do what I want to do, huh? You could go... Hmm. I don't know, I'm just sort of busting up the pawns for no good reason. Like, this is sort of sealed off. And even moving it would allow me to take it, so I don't know why I'd want to do that. Let's just go back. You're hitting that, which you're not really hitting. In fact, you're even letting me do this. You hit that, I simply take back. This you can't even move for the time being. You don't really have to move it. I would take, you would take, I would take. It's cute, but I don't know. I don't know. Create a double stack in this other direction. That might have been a lot better than what I thought, but I didn't know exactly how to do anything about it, so it ends up being a little bit pointless. We gave up the double stack there, so that's not even going to do anything for me. You can try to do something cheeky off to here. And so, I don't know. You pin the bishop itself down. I just kind of want to trade stuff. Like, I don't even care. I'm not up by some major margin anyway, but you go to here. If you take, I simply take back. If you don't. I mean, the queen is a little bit. Okay, I'm very happy with that. First of all, right? It wouldn't even matter. So now if you go here, you can't take. I mean, you should be pretty clean with this, I think. So now you just play it nice and safe, but you don't want to give up this either. You can play it really safe now, I think, because you have an adequate way to push the pawns, even on the basis of the king itself. And so you would allow yourself to do this because you have if you take, I take. Even if you don't, I keep going. Now we have a covered passed pawn as well. You're threatening to take here, which means we could just keep going back and forth with that. And I could even go here if I really felt the need. And so we can try to push it onto here. If you take, I take again. You're not going to take. Going to push you away. And so now you would think this would be good, but I don't want to give this up either in the process. So what if I go here? Now you would think if you commit to this, it would open up something on the other side. Oh, that was kind of a mistake, actually. It would give you the impetus to give a check there as well. And so now... Oh, I don't know about this, actually. I don't entirely like the way that this is going. But the king is nestled in there. So I have to wonder about this a little bit because you have... Oh, I don't know. I don't know how that became such a mess of a position. Fuck off, dude. I would take, you would take, I can't take. You know what, man? You know, there are times where you just shouldn't play then. Because that's just, like, I'm beating him thoroughly. Thoroughly beating him. I don't like it, man. It just shows you the true nature of it. Like, you really don't enjoy the game enough, so why do you even force yourself to play it? Like, it has nothing to do with anything. Like, really, at some point in the game, I just get sick of it and I want to just trade stuff. And I just don't care. Like, that is so fucking annoying. Like, really, what do you want me to do? Like, I'm fiending for it, I'm trying to do it. I don't know what could possibly have happened there. You're trading everything, everything's good. So you're supposed to do this, which... Okay, that doesn't seem too bad. But, like, what is it with endgames? Like, just study endgames, like... I don't understand, man. It's one of those, again, settled science, bar knowledge things. Like, either you know or you don't. There's no other way around it. The blunder, I make a blunder there. Like, how... Okay, but so what? So what? Oh, that is a mate. Of course, you should know that, I guess, but... Even without doing that... What the fuck, man? You're giving a check there, but so what? Why would that be any different? You're still letting him take that. I don't know. I don't like it. Openings and end games are just fucking stupid. They have nothing to do with anything. It's just like pure memory repetition kind of shit. I mean, at least at this point, there was nothing I can do unless they still give it back to me. I didn't lose much for that, but I mean, I could have easily beaten an 1800 just like that. It wouldn't have even been a big deal. Right, like I thoroughly am out playing them. So this 1800 is study endgames, even though I can guarantee you he hasn't. It's just like dumb luck because, I mean, they're giving up a mate even there. I mean, this sort of structure is very easy to tell. Like whenever you have this kind of alignment of the kings, like king opposition, just remember that you can mate, even though that's not even true because if it was a different opposition like there, even if no other pieces are on the board, it wouldn't be made. It's only made if it's opposition against the edge of the board, of course. You should just know that in a split second. I still had enough time, but... I don't know. It just shows you like a lack of interest. Like I don't care, and it really is that. Like I don't feel like it should matter, right? Like no matter what I do here, you're taking a pawn. Like why should that make a difference? Everything you're doing here shouldn't matter because like as if I would have done this the right way anyway. You're still not even winning this at all. Like it's so fucking boring, man. I hate it's not even about wait, what? What? Wait, that well, I guess they can't I don't know. Really? I wouldn't be confident enough to try to do that though. Because if they somehow can win the pawn, it's like you would just be fiending now for a threefold. I would just do it and then you force the draw. Like fuck it. I would just be fiending for a threefold repetition because you know whatever.